ازاي؟ ها؟ لعب سري عندك. الآن كيف أصوت؟ يا أخي ابشر الإشارة عندك، ابشر الإشارة عندك، ابشر كيف؟ لا فهمت الطلع. لا فهمت الطلع. النص 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 النص. تمام هكذا.
الو 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 الو
ايوه خلاص كذا تمام مش ذيك ما تربش عليك.
السلام عليكم يا شباب. هل في أي مشكلة؟ Welcome from Indonesia. Welcome Vivin.
خير. وسط المايك حقه وكانوا هنا ايوه كان نتكلم. هذا الرئيس حقي، هذا حقي حق الصوت. ايوه حق الجامعه كلها. الحين اطرح عليه عايز جاب لي هنا. فهمت؟
لا بس غلط غير
حق الجامعه
بصير عند طالعة اللوجو هذا قاعد يمشيه.
هددي أياتها الدنيا نسيدي، هددي وأعيدي، واذكري في فرحتي كل شهيدي، وامنحي حلا من موعدي. هددي أياتها الدنيا نسيدي، هددي أياتها الدنيا نسيدي، وحدتي يا نشيدا رائعا يملأ نفسي. أنت عهد عارف في كل ذمة، رايتي يا نسيجا حفظه من كل شمس. افرضي خفيقة في كل كلمة، أمتي امنحيني البأس يا مصدر بأسي، انظريني لك يا أكرم أمة. عشت إيماني وحبي أمميا، ومسيري فوق دربي عربيا، وسيبقى نبض قلبي يا منيا. لن ترى الدنيا على أرضي وصيا.
السلام عليكم جميعا. نود الترحيب أيضا برئيس مجلس الاعتماد الأكاديمي الأستاذ الدكتور أحمد المهيوب. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We would like really to welcome you, and it's our great pleasure to welcome you to the International Conference on Intelligent Technology, System and Service for Internet of Everything 2021.
Right now, we are moving to the welcoming speech of the conference by Professor Bilal Al-Buhaidi of the ITSS-IoE General Chair, University of Science and Technology, the Dean of the Computer Faculty.
الآن مع كلمة اللجنة المنظمة للمؤتمر الأستاذ الدكتور بلال البهيدي، فليتفضل.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. معالي دولة رئيس الوزراء الأستاذ الدكتور عبد العزيز بن حبتور، معالي وزير التعليم العالي الأستاذ حسين حازب، معالي وزير الاتصالات الأستاذ منير النمير، معالي نائب وزير التعليم المهني والتدريب الفني، مع الأستاذ علي شرف الدين نائب وزير التعليم العالي، السادة الوزراء، الأستاذ جهاد شكر أو الأستاذ رائد الشاعر رئيس مجلس الإدارة، الأستاذ جهاد شكر نائب رئيس مجلس الإدارة، الدكتور عادل المتوكل رئيس جامعة العلوم والتكنولوجيا، الأستاذ الدكتور عبد اللطيف مصلح نائب رئيس الجامعة، الأستاذ الدكتور نعمان قائد النجار مساعد رئيس الجامعة للشؤون الأكاديمية، الأستاذ الدكتور فيصل هزاع أمين عام الجامعة، الإخوة رؤساء الجامعات الحكومية والأهلية، الإخوة عمداء الكليات، الباحثون والباحثات، شركات الاتصالات وتقنية المعلومات، الحضور جميعا، أهلا وسهلا بكم إلى هذا الحفل الكريم انعقاد المؤتمر الدولي الأول للتكنولوجيا الذكية وانظمة وخدمات انترنت كل شيء. First Conference of Intelligent Technology Systems and Services for Internet of Everything. بدأ الإعداد لهذا المؤتمر وهو يأتي منذ مطلع شهر فبراير الماضي في 2021، وهو يأتي في سياق الرؤية الوطنية للجمهورية اليمنية، ولا يخفى علينا جميعا، وطبعا يأتي في سياق استراتيجية الجامعة 2025. طبعا لا يخفى علينا جميعا ما تعيشه اليمن من حراك علمي وبحثي خلال هذه الفترة أو خلال هذا العام بالضبط. فقد شهدنا عدة مؤتمرات محلية ودولية، ومنها ما يتبع IEEE أو مصنف ضمن مؤتمرات IEEE، وهي منظمة عالمية أنشئت في الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية وتضم 168 دولة، وهي جميع صائدة أو ذائعة الصيت في العالم. بدأت المشاركة في الأبحاث منذ شهر مارس الماضي، حيث تم رفع أكثر من 131 بحث من أكثر من 21 دولة في القارات الخمس. مشت الأمور في المراجعة العميقة منذ خلال 4 أشهر، منذ شهر يونيو حتى سبتمبر، حيث تم رفع التحكيمات العلمية من أكثر من 156 محكم داخلي وخارجي، داخل وخارج اليمن، بواقع 356 تحكيم علمي لهذه الأبحاث، يعني بواقع 3 أبحاث أو 3 تحكيم لكل بحث، حيث تم قبول ما نسبته 43% من عدد الأبحاث المرفوعة. 55 بحث تم قبولهم من عدد 131 بحث بعد تحكيم عميق جدا. تم التسجيل النهائي لعدد 40 بحث، وهي التي سيتم عرضها في وقاع هذا المؤتمر خلال 1 نوفمبر 2 نوفمبر إن شاء الله. نحب أن أقدم الشكر الجزيل الجهة المنظمة لهذا المؤتمر، جامعة العلوم والتكنولوجيا، ممثلة بمجلس الإدارة الموقر ورئيس الجامعة على ما بذلوه من جهود. كما نرحب أو نوجه الشكر والتقدير لشركة رايتكس الماليزية لمشاركتها في تنظيم هذا المؤتمر الدولي. كما نوجه بالشكر لكلية المجتمع لمشاركتها في التنظيم لهذا المؤتمر. كذلك نوجه بالشكر الجزيل لكافة لجان التنظيم، سواء اللجان العلمية أو اللجان التقنية أو اللجان السكرتارية، وكافة الداعمين لهذا الحفل. ونوجه الشكر الجزيل لكافة المحكمين الذين يحكمون الأبحاث وكافة الباحثين اليمنيين في الداخل والخارج. كما أوجه بالترحيب والشكر الخاص للأستاذ الدكتور عبد الرحمن السواري، هو طبعا باحث وهو من بدأ بفكرة تنظيم هذا المؤتمر، هو في ماليزيا في جامعة UBM، كان له الفضل الكبير في البدء للإعداد والتنظيم لهذا المؤتمر، ونحن الآن في مرحلة البروسيدنج لهذا المؤتمر في IEEE إكسبلور. نشكر الجميع، نشكر كل الحاضرين جميعا على دعمهم لهذا المؤتمر ومساعدتهم في إنجاح هذا المؤتمر، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Thank you for listening for the welcoming speech. And now we're going to go to the speech of the head of the conference, Dr. Adil Al-Mutawakkil, the president of University of Science and Technology.
الآن مع كلمة رئيس الجامعة رئيس المؤتمر الأستاذ الدكتور عادل المتوكل.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. دولة الأخ رئيس الوزراء الأستاذ الدكتور عبد العزيز بن حبتور، معالي وزير التعليم العالي والبحث العلمي الأستاذ حسين علي حازب، معالي وزير التعليم الفني والتدريب المهني الأستاذ غازي أحمد علي، معالي وزير النقل اللواء عامر المراني، معالي وزير الدولة دكتور حميد المزجاجي، معالي نائب وزير التعليم العالي والبحث العلمي دكتور علي يحيى شرف الدين، الأخ رئيس مجلس الاعتماد الأكاديمي الدكتور أحمد الهبوب، مستشار الأخ وزير التعليم العالي والبحث العلمي الدكتور محمد ضيف الله، الأخ رئيس الهيئة العليا للابتكار الأستاذ منير القاضي، الأستاذ الدكتور عبد اللطيف مصلح نائب رئيس الجامعة، الأستاذ الدكتور نعمان النجار مساعد رئيس الجامعة، معالي الأستاذ رائد الشاعر رئيس مجلس الإدارة، معالي الأخ جهاد شكر نائب رئيس مجلس الإدارة، الأخوة الحضور جميعا، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. الأخوة الباحثين داخل اليمن وخارجه، الأخوة أعضاء هيئة التدريس بجامعة التكنولوجيا والضيوف الحاضرين جميعا، يسرني في هذا الصباح الجميل أن أرحب بكم جميعا أجمل ترحيب في رحاب جامعة العلوم والتكنولوجيا، ونحن نفتتح هذا المؤتمر العلمي الدولي الهام حول التكنولوجيا الذكية وأنظمة وخدمات الإنترنت، إنترنت كل شيء، والذي يعد باكورة لتدشين عدد من الفعاليات والأنشطة العلمية وورش العمل التطويرية التي تسعى جامعة العلوم والتكنولوجيا لتنفيذها خلال العام الجامعي الجاري 21-22، والتي تهدف لتطور وتقدم الدول ومحرك أساسي لتنميتها من خلال الابتكار والمعرفة. كما أن التطور التكنولوجي المتسارع يفتح آفاق كبيرة أمام خريجي الجامعات من أجل الحصول على فرص عمل ووظائف مختلفة. كما أننا ننتهز الفرصة خلال هذا المؤتمر العلمي البحثي وبوجود معالي الأخ وزير التعليم العالي والبحث العلمي والأخ معالي وزير التعليم الفني والتدريب المهني لتكريم الباحثين المتميزين بالبحث العلمي من أعضاء الهيئة التدريسية بالجامعة، وهو تقليد سنوي تقيمه الجامعة لتشجيع البحث العلمي والنشر لدى أعضاء هيئة التدريس. وبفضل هذا التوجه والتشجيع الذي توليه الجامعة للبحث العلمي والنشر، حقق أعضاء هيئة التدريس تقدما ملحوظا في النشر العلمي من خلال الاستشهادات. كما حققت مجلات الجامعة وعددها 4 مجلات علمية محكمة تصدر 2 منها بالتعاون مع اتحاد الجامعات العربية، تقدما كبيرا في معامل التأثير العربي للمجلات العلمية المحكمة. الحاضرون جميعا، إن تكريم الباحثين يأتي في إطار اهتمام جامعة العلوم والتكنولوجيا بالبحث العلمي باعتباره أحد أهم وظائف الجامعات الأساسية إلى جانب وظيفتي التعليم وخدمة المجتمع. فبدون بحث علمي تصبح الجامعة مجرد مدرسة تعليمية لعلوم ومعارف ينتجها الآخرون، وليس مركزا للإبداع وإنماء المعرفة وإثراءها ونشرها والسعي لتوظيفها لحل المشكلات المختلفة التي يواجهها المجتمع. وتعد البحوث الجامعية التي تنجزها الجامعات أحد أهم مؤشرات الجودة والتميز في سلم تصنيف الجامعات محلياً وإقليمياً ودولياً. ولا يغيب عن فكر أحد الدور الهام الذي تلعبه الجامعات في تحريك التنمية، لأن الجامعات هي أرفع المؤسسات التعليمية، حيث يلعب البحث العلمي والتطوير الذي تنفذه الجامعات ومؤسسات التعليم العالي دوراً أساسياً في منظومة البحث والتطوير في أي بلد من البلدان التي تنشد الرقي والتقدم. ختاماً، لا يفوتني في هذا المقام أن أتقدم بجزيل الشكر لدولة رئيس الوزراء والأخوة الوزراء على رعايتهم ودعمهم وتشجيعهم المستمر لنا في جامعة العلوم والتكنولوجيا. كما أتقدم بجزيل الشكر والامتنان للأخوة في كلية الحاسبات وتكنولوجيا المعلومات ولكل من ساهم في الإعداد والتنظيم لهذا المؤتمر، والذي أرجو أن يخرج بتوصيات ومقترحات عملية من شأنها تحقيق الأهداف المرجوة للمؤتمر. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
We would like to thank Dr. Adel for his speech. As for now, we will let you listen to the co-organizer speech by the Vice Dean of the Community College, Ahmed Farhan.
شكرا للأستاذ الدكتور عادل المتوكل. ونبقى الآن مع كلمة المنظم المشارك كلية المجتمع. يلقي الكلمة نائب عميد الكلية المجتمع الأستاذ أحمد فرحان.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله وعلى أصحابه أجمعين. دولة معالي رئيس مجلس الوزراء الأستاذ الدكتور عبد العزيز بن حبتور، الأخ معالي وزير التعليم العالي والبحث العلمي الأستاذ حسين حازب، معالي وزير التعليم الفني والتدريب المهني الأستاذ غازي أحمد علي محسن، اللواء وزير النقل أحمد المراني عامر المراني، الأستاذ الدكتور رئيس جامعة العلوم عادل المتوكل، الأستاذ الدكتور عبد اللطيف مصلح نائب رئيس الجامعة، الأستاذ الدكتور نعمان النجار نائب رئيس الجامعة، الدكتور فيصل هزاع أمين عام الجامعة. كما نرحب بالأستاذ رائد الشاعر رئيس مجلس الإدارة، والأستاذ حمدي شكري أو جهاد شكري نائب رئيس مجلس الإدارة. وكذلك كما هي موصولة للأستاذ الدكتور بلال الفهيدي رئيس المؤتمر عميد كلية الحاسبات وتكنولوجيا المعلومات. نرحب بكم أجمل ترحيب في هذا المؤتمر الدولي الذي نأمل من خلاله نقل صورة حية عن واقع التكنولوجيا الذكية وأنظمة وخدمات انترنت الأشياء. كما نرحب بالإخوة المنظمين لهذا الحدث IT وشركة ريتكس الذي شاركوا في تنظيم هذا الحفل. كما نتقدم للإخوة الباحثين والمشاركين بأوراقهم العلمية في هذا المؤتمر من مختلف الجامعات والمحافل. ونتقدم بجزيل الشكر للإخوة جامعة العلوم، هذه الجامعات الرائدة والمتميزة على تنظيمهم هذا المؤتمر، والذي يعد نقلة في جانب التقدم التكنولوجي والتقني. ونتمنى أن يستفيد الجميع مما سيتم مناقشته، كما نتمنى أن يحقق هذا المؤتمر نقلة نوعية في البحث العلمي والمشاركات الأكاديمية والنشر. وأخيرا لا ننسى الشكر الموصول لكل أشخاص اللجان فردا على الإعداد والتجهيز لهذا المؤتمر، كل باسمه وصفته على ما بذلوه، ونتمنى لهم التوفيق. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Thank you for listening for Dr. Ahmed Farhan. And now we would like to leave you with the speech of the co-organizer from Ritex Solutions Malaysia, Dr. Mohammed Arafat Al-Rahman.
سنبقى مع كلمة المنظم المشارك شركة رايتكس الماليزية مع الدكتور محمد عرفات الرحمن.
Honorable Prime Minister, His Excellency Prof. Dr. Abdul Aziz bin Habatul, distinguished ministers, professors, doctors, journalists, and guests, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. On behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to welcome you to the International Conference on Intelligent Technology Systems and Service for Internet of Everything, ITSS-IoE2021, which is organized by RITech Solution, University Science and Technology Yemen, Community College Sana, and IEEE Yemen subsections. The objective of the conference is promoting original and unpublished research work covering science technologies, applications, and related categories on computing, communication, electronics domain. It provides a high-profile, leading-edge forum from the researchers and engineers to exchange their contributions on the advances and innovations. Topic covers this year include advanced engineering, intelligent technology, and their applications on the advanced computing communication to ensure social development using Internet of Everything, systems for targeted audience, for example, users, researchers, robots, machines, and future ecosystem. In ITSS-IoE2021, we received 131 submissions from 21 countries, out of which 40 papers were selected for regular oral presentation. All submissions went through a careful anonymous review process, 3 or more than reviewers per submission. We would like to thank everyone who has given his or her time, energy, and ideas to assist in organizing this event, including all the members of the organizing committee, the technical program chair, co-chair, technical program members, and all the reviewers, and our distinguished keynote speaker, as well as invited speakers who have agreed to address the conference attendees. In particular, we would like to thank University Science and Technology Yemen, Community College Sana Yemen for involving with ITSS-IoE this year as a co-organizer. We also wish to thank all of our sponsors, especially IEEE Yemen subsections, for being the technical co-sponsor who have made this event possible. It is through the collective efforts of the individuals and the organizations that we are able to bring you a great event. With that, I am concluding my speech. Hope to see you next year. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa ta'ala wa barakatuh.
We would like to deeply thank Dr. Muhammad Arafat al-Rahman for his speech. As for now, with the officially opening speech by the Minister of Higher Education and Scientific Research, Dr. Hussein Hazim.
مع كلمة وزير التعليم العالي والبحث العلمي الدكتور حسين حازم.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله الصادق الأمين. الحمد لله رب العالمين. الحمد لله القائل اقرأ باسم ربك الذي خلق، خلق الإنسان من علق. اقرأ وربك الأكرم الذي علم بالقلم، علم الإنسان ما لم يعلم. والصلاة والسلام على رسول الله وعلى آله وصحبه الطيبين الطاهرين. دولة الأخ الأستاذ الدكتور عبد العزيز صالح بن حبتون، رئيس مجلس الوزراء، رئيس المجلس الأعلى للتعليم العالي، الأخوة الزملاء، قاضي أحمد علي وزير التعليم الفني، عامر المراني وزير النقل، حميد المزجاجي وزير الدولة، الأخ نائب وزير التعليم العالي الأستاذ الدكتور علي يحيى شرف الدين، الأخ رئيس مجلس إدارة الموارد، الأخ نائب رئيس المجلس، الأخ الأستاذ الدكتور عادل المتوكل رئيس الجامعة، جامعة العلوم والتكنولوجيا، الأخ الدكتور غالب القانص وكيل وزارة التعليم العالي، الأخ الأستاذ الدكتور فؤاد حسن عبد الرزاق رئيس مركز تقنية المعلومات. الحضور جميعا كلا باسمه وصفته، أسعد الله صباحكم والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. صباح الانتصارات، صباح الانتصارات العظيمة، صباح النصر القريب النهائي بإذن الله. الحمد لله الانتصارات تتحقق في الميادين العسكرية، والانتصارات أيضا تتحقق في الميادين العلمية. نحن أولا نهنئ جامعة العلوم والتكنولوجيا على هذه الفعالية وعلى انعقاد المؤتمر الأول، المؤتمر الدولي الأول للتكنولوجيا الذكية، وهذا جزء من الحراك العلمي والبحثي الذي يجري في الجامعات الحكومية والأهلية منذ حرصنا في وزارة التعليم أن يكون هذا العام هو عام البحث العلمي في التعليم الإلكتروني والتكنولوجيا والانترنت، حيث أن الوزارة قد وافقت على إقامة 4 مؤتمرات علمية بحثية سيتم اختتامها بالمؤتمر العلمي الثاني للتعليم الإلكتروني. وهذا يأتي في إطار حراك غير عادي بدأ من بداية العام يناير 21 في أكثر من جامعة، وقد عقد أكثر من مؤتمر في مستويات مختلفة، في الطب، في الهندسة، في أيضا التعليم التكنولوجي والإلكتروني، والمؤتمرات التي تعقد لا تخفى عليكم في جامعة ذمار، في جامعة البيضاء، في جامعة صنعاء. كل هذا يأتي في إطار تفعيل البحث العلمي على مستوى أولا تفعيل القطاع داخل الوزارة إذا كان هذا القطاع شبه واقف، وفي نفس الوقت كان لابد من أن نصر على الجامعات أن تتحرك في هذا الاتجاه. وفعلا ما قصرت أغلب الجامعات أنها أدت هذه الوظيفة، لأنها تعتبر الوظيفة الثانية في وظائف الجامعات. الوظيفة الأولى هي وظيفة التعليم، والوظيفة الثانية كما تعرفوا جميعا هي وظيفة البحث العلمي، والوظيفة الثالثة هي وظيفة المشاركة المجتمعية. احنا فيما يتعلق في الوظيفة الثانية يعني كما قلت لكم وأسلفت، هناك برنامج لعدد من المؤتمرات العلمية بالشراكة مع الخارج، يعني مؤتمرات ليست على مستوى الداخل ولكنها أيضا بالشراكة مع الخارج، وهي رسالة يوجهها التعليم العالي الذي يسير في ركاب حكومة الإنقاذ الوطني برئاسة الأستاذ الدكتور عبد العزيز صالح بن حبتور، وتوجيه وإشراف قيادتنا الثورية بزعامة الحبيب عبد الملك الحوثي، والقيادة السياسية برئاسة الأخ المناضل مهدي المشاط. كل هذا يأتي في إطار توجهات الدولة العليا وفي إطار النشاط اليومي والسنوي والشهري لحكومة الإنقاذ الوطني، ونحن نمثلها في هذا الجانب. الحمد لله رب العالمين. احنا يعني نبارك للجامعة ونبارك للجنة المنظمة، ونرحب بالمشاركين من الخارج، ونقول من خلال هذا المؤتمر نوجه رسالة بأن التعليم هنا والدولة هنا والحكومة هنا، وعلى العالم أن يعيد النظر في تعامله مع اليمن في هذا الاتجاه. فلا دولة في الجمهورية اليمنية من شرقها إلى غربها إلا الدولة التي يديرها المجلس السياسي الأعلى وحكومة الإنقاذ الوطني، وليعلم الجميع بذلك. وبالتالي هذه المؤتمرات لو لم تكن هي الحقيقة أو هي الذي تمثل الشعب اليمني وتمثل التوجه الحقيقي للدولة اليمنية لما عقدت هذه المؤتمرات على الإطلاق، لأن الآخر الذي يخرب ويدمر والذي حتى حاول يخرب هذه الجامعة بالذات، وأجدها مناسبة يعلم الجميع بأن جامعة العلوم والتكنولوجيا تقع في أولى اهتمامات الحكومة والقيادة السياسية باعتبارها جامعة وطنية. هي جامعة وطنية لأن فيها أبنائنا، لأن فيها أكثر من 15,000 طالب وطالبة، فيها أكثر من 2000 كادر أكاديمي وإداري، فهي جامعة يمنية، جامعة وطنية، والذي أرادوا أن يخربوها خسئوا وخابوا وخسروا بإذن الله. فالجامعة هنا والإدارة هنا والقيادة هنا، وكل المحاولات الذي حاولوا أن يضروا بها هذه الجامعة لقد باءت بالفشل. بسبب إيش؟ بسببكم أنتم، بسبب 2000 الأكاديمي، بسبب 15,000 الطالب والطالبة الموجودين هنا، هم الذين وأهاليهم ويقف خلفهم أهاليهم والمجتمع اليمني كله، هم الذين فرضوا بقاء هذه الجامعة وصانوها من الدمار الذي أريد لها في العام الماضي. والحمد لله الآن الوضع في هذا الجانب طبيعي. أنا أكرر الترحيب بالجميع وبالأخوة رؤساء الجامعات، لأنني فاتوني في البداية. أكرر الترحيب بالأخوة رؤساء الجامعات الحاضرين معنا في هذا اللقاء، وأيضا أسجل الشكر والتقدير باسم قطاع التعليم العالي لدولة رئيس الوزراء الأستاذ عبد العزيز بن حبتور على اهتمامه الدائم وحضوره رغم التزاماته وأحيانا ظروفه، حتى ظروفه الصحية، ورغم هذا فإنها لا تفوته أي فعالية للتعليم العالي أو التعليم الفني أو التعليم العام، فهو رجل التعليم وهو من قطاع التعليم وأتى من قطاع التعليم، وبالتالي فليس غريب أن يشاركنا هذه الاحتفالات وهذه الفعاليات. أكرر الترحيب بالأخوة الحضور جميعا، وأتمنى للمؤتمر النجاح والتوفيق، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Thank you, Dr. Hussein Hazeb. We would really like to thank you for this support and for this inspirational speech. Now, we want you to be with us with the official speech by the official sponsor of this conference, Professor Abdulaziz bin Habtour.
لا ننسى أن نرحب بالأستاذ الدكتور قالب القانص وكيل وزارة التعليم العالي والبحث العلمي، والأستاذ الدكتور فؤاد عبد الرزاق مدير مركز تقنية المعلومات بوزارة التعليم العالي، مع كلمة رئيس راعي المؤتمر دولة رئيس الوزراء. فليتفضل.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين، والصلاة والسلام على الصادق الأمين محمد صلى الله عليه وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم. شكرا جزيلا لجامعة العلوم والتكنولوجيا ولرئاسة جامعتها وللمسؤولين عليها على تنظيم هذه الفعالية، وأيضا الفعاليات الأخرى التي أتحفتنا طيلة ال3 سنوات الماضية بمجموعة من الأنشطة العلمية والثقافية. وهي جامعة الحقيقة متميزة، قلناها مرارا إنها من ضمن الجامعات الأهلية الناجحة جدا، وتحظى باهتمام ورعاية أولا أساتذتها وطلابها كما أشار أخي وزير التعليم العالي، والأسر التي تقف خلف هؤلاء الطلاب طيلة هذه الفترة. نعم، كانت هناك بعض التباينات في وجهات النظر حول طبيعة إدارة هذه الجامعة، لكن تظل الجامعة بمناهجها وبخططها الدراسية وببرامجها البحثية وبتطويرها للجانب الأكاديمي في فروعها ال3 هو جزء من النجاح الرئيسي الذي استطاعت الجامعة أن تحققه حتى هذه اللحظة. ولذلك أي محاولة أخرى ستبوء بالفشل، لأن البيئة الثقافية والبيئة العلمية المحيطة بالجامعة وأيضا في أروقة الجامعة بشكل عام هي بيئة علمية أكاديمية من النوع الراقي. شكرا جزيلا لهم وهم ينظمون المؤتمر الأول للجانب التكنولوجي. هذا المؤتمر الحقيقة بالاشتراك مع عدد من الباحثين وعدد من الجامعات في الداخل والخارج، وهو الجزء المهم والأصيل لنشاط أي مؤسسة أكاديمية في الجمهورية اليمنية. ولا يمكن أن ينحصر النشاط فقط على جزء من هذا المهمة أو من مهام الجامعة، بل إن الجانب البحثي مهم كثيرا. أولا مهم لأنه البحث العلمي بطبيعته هو يبحث في الجديد الذي سيضاف إلى المعرفة. ثانيا الباحث نفسه سيشعر باعتزاز حينما تقبل مساهمته البحثية. ثالثا يسهم البحث العلمي في تطوير الذات الأكاديمية للأستاذ الجامعي، وأيضا في تحسين أدائه وقدراته التنظيم العلمية وقدراته المنهجية. ثالثا أو رابعا هي ميزة لأي مؤسسة علمية على مستوى العالم وعلى مستوى أيضا اليمن، في أن تأتي هذه الجامعة لتقدم ذاتها بأنها جامعة باحثة في اختصاصات يندر الخوض فيها إلا للمؤسسات التي تمتلك ناصية العلم وتمتلك مدماج قوي للخوض في العمل البحثي. موضوع الانترنت والعالم الافتراضي وهذه الأداة الهامة بطبيعة الحال هي واحدة من الأدوات التي يوظفها العالم اليوم في كل مناحي العلوم، ولم يعد هناك علم من العلوم لا يوظف هذه التقنية وهذه العملية. أنتم تخيلوا يعني، وخاصة المشتغلين في هذا الحقل، يستطيع أن يبعث بأطنان من المعلومات فيما لو كتبت على الورق لكي يبعثها من قارة إلى أخرى أو من مدينة إلى أخرى أو من جامعة إلى أخرى. تخيلوا أطنان، وفي زر يضغط الزر يمكن أن تنتقل كل هذه المعلومات دفعة واحدة. طبعا إذا خففوا علينا شوية أصحاب الاتصالات يعني هذا الموضوع سيسهل العملية، لكن إجمالا القاعدة هي تلك القاعدة. تستطيع من أقصى نقطة في الكرة الأرضية أن تبحث بتقرير طبي، بتقرير أكاديمي، بتقرير في النقل. مش عندكم أنتم برضو معكم تقارير؟ كلها تستطيع أن تنقلها في لحظات. هذا لم يكن متاحا بالمناسبة. هذا كان يمكن بعض زملائي اللي في جيلي يعرفون أن هناك انتظار يتم لوصول رسالة واحدة من قارة إلى أخرى تتجاوز الشهر والنصف. رسالة واحدة الآن في غمضة عين، في لحظة من اللحظات. والخطورة فقط الخطورة، لأنه يقول هنا في الإعلان كل شيء، لكن الكارثة أنه كل شيء بيد جهة واحدة. هذا اللي نحن يعني ممكن نزعل نصيح لكن يظل بيد جهة واحدة. اليوم هناك جهات متعددة في الكرة الأرضية، لكن زمان كانوا عندما يسوقوا بضاعة في عدن مثلا، تأتي بضاعة من اليابان، تفرج لها يقول الله هذه ياباني، نشتي إنجليزي، بس إنجليزي. لأنه نحن ألفنا في بعض المحافظات أن نتعامل فقط في الصناعة الإنجليزية فترة الحكم الاستعماري، لكن مشى الوقت وبدأنا لا نجد سوى الياباني. اليوم معنا الصيني كذا. الصيني كانوا يقولوا لا الصيني هذا صناعته ركيكة. اليوم الصين هي كما يسمى مصنع العالم أو ورشة العالم، بما فيها الإنترنت، ولديهم إنترنت خاص بهم. ولكن نحن أولا لصعوبة اللغة، وثانيا لأنه أسهل شيء بالنسبة لنا. مارك سهل لنا المهمة، ويعني مرة بالفيس، مرة بالماسنجر، مرة. لكن إذا لم تتنوع سنظل بأيدي جهة احتكارية واحدة، وهي الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية. هذا الجهة الاحتكارية نحن لنا موقف سياسي معها، مش نحن كيمنيين، لا أبدا، العالم كله له موقف سياسي معها، وبالذات نحن العرب والمسلمين على وجه الخصوص. يعني هي تدعم مثلا دولة معتدية ومحتلة لأرض فلسطين. إذا في أي لحظة من اللحظات ممكن يقفلوا علينا السويتش، وكما جلسنا 6 ساعات كذا زي المصدومين ما قدرنا نتقبل أنه الفيسبوك يتوقف عنا 6 ساعات كذا. يعني حصل عندنا إرباك في ساعات الست، إرباك في التواصل مع من نحب، مع من نريد أن نصل إليه. حصل عندنا إرباك في الجانب التجاري، في الجانب العلمي، في كل الجوانب. تخيلوا، يعني يتحكمون إلى هذه الدرجة، إلى هذه النقطة. نحن نحتاج من هذا الباحث الذي يبحث اليوم في صنعاء وغدا سيبحث في القاهرة أو بيروت أن ينتج لنا شيء قريب من هذا، ينتج لنا شبكة. ما هو كيف أنتجت العملية كيف أنتجت، وربطوا الكرة الأرضية بهذا النظام. هو ليست معجزة، ولكن نوع من الاجتهاد وشحذ الهمة والخروج بهذا العلم الذي كان قائما بالمناسبة في المؤسسات العسكرية منذ أكثر من 30 سنة قبل أن يعلنوها لنا في عالمنا. يعني خلص وقتي يعني. إذا شكرا جزيلا، وأتمنى للمؤتمر النجاح. أتمنى للباحثين أن يخوضوا في غمار نقاش جاد من أجل أن نخرج فعلا بحصيلة، وهذا يساعدنا كثيرا على أن نكسر هذا الحصار المفروض علينا من قبل أعدائنا. نحن لا ننسى أننا نعمل المؤتمرات والاحتفالات والأنشطة، ولكن لا زال طيران العدوان، ولا زال حصار العدوان، ولا زال كل ما يتصل بهذا العدوان ملقي بظلاله على أجواء الجمهورية اليمنية. شكرا جزيلا، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
نقدم الشكر الجزيل للبروفيسور الدكتور عبد العزيز بن حبتور. وإلى هنا نأتي إلى نهاية الحفل الافتتاحي للمؤتمر، ونحيطكم علما بأنه سيقام حفل توزيع الجوائز أو جائزة العلوم والتكنولوجيا للبحث العلمي بقاعة الدكتور طارق أبو سنان في مستشفى جامعة العلوم والتكنولوجيا. ايوه حنسجل الان، احنا معانا الفعاليات
We'd like to thank everyone who attend this conference. The keynote speaker sessions will start shortly after the break.
نود أن نحيطكم علما بأن فعاليات البحث العلمي ستبدأ حاليا، فنود منكم
بس بروح اكرمهم الان شفت الان متحدثين الان بعد شويه رسميين من امريكا الان.
على المشاركين البقاء لأننا سنبدأ بالفعاليات العلمية.
For those who are waiting for the keynote speakers, please be here, and we will share the speech as soon as the keynote speaker available.
الأخوة الباحثين والمهتمين بالبحث العلمي، طبعا الفعاليات مستمرة، يعني هو فقط راحة بسيطة وبعدين نواصل إن شاء الله بالكينوت سبيكرز، يعني الباحثين اللي يعرضوا بحوث من الخارج، إضافة إلى عرض البحوث الموجودة في الباراليل سيشنز اللي هي في الثلاث القاعات. ما يسمعش واحد ايش بيقول. لا بالصوت
And now, with our first keynote speaker by Professor Kim Kwan Raymond Chu. Kim received the PhD in Information Security in 2006 from Queensland University of Technology, Australia. He currently holds the Cloud Technology Endowed Professorship at the University of Texas, San Antonio.
Good day, everyone. My presentation today will be on IoT security and forensics, challenges and opportunities. First of all, and before I start, I would like to thank the organizers for the opportunity to present this topic to you. Today's presentation will be high level, so basically I'll be going over some of the challenges or some of the opportunities for IoT security and forensics. I mean, it's more likely that you may walk away with more questions than answers in this presentation, and that's actually the aim of this presentation, because it's not meant to be a narrowly focused presentation. Rather, I'm hoping to actually generate some discussions, even though it may be hard to do so in the online environment. I'm hoping to generate some discussion that you can bring offline to actually think about some of the challenges further and hopefully generate some collaboration out of this. So some of the things that I'll be discussing today will be, what are IoT devices and systems? Why are we interested in IoT security and forensics? and what are some of the challenges and research opportunities. I'm sure this statement will not come as a surprise to many of you. Today, tomorrow, and definitely the future will be cyber everything. It used to be internet everything, but now it's cyber everything. In fact, some of you may have also come across this terminology, cybernization, which is basically the process of forming a new cyber world and transforming our current physical, social, and mental worlds into novel cyber combined worlds. So it's not just one world, it's many different cyber combined worlds comprising cyber, physical, and mental into all these mishmash worlds. And many of these worlds will actually comprise a broad range of IoT devices. And in this case, I'm using IoT very broadly. For example, think of this 5 to 10 years ago. Cloud computing is brand new. Cloud fog or even edge computing is fairly new. But these days it's old news because if you just do a Google Scholar search, you can find thousands, if not tens of thousands of papers on computing alone. And these days it's the most cyber or internet of everything. For example, whether it's in your commercial applications, your home, your office, even in the military context, like there's internet of battlefield or military things, and also in other adversary contexts. So what are IoT devices and systems? And again, IoT device is somewhat mature at the time of this presentation. So I think many of us will have different definitions of, have a good understanding of the IoT devices and systems. But broadly speaking, we can categorize IoT devices into a number of different types. For example, we can have consumer IoT devices, such as devices that are at your home, your offices, like Amazon Echo, Ring cameras, smart TVs, and so on. We also have medical IoT devices or Internet of Medical Things. We also have industry IoT devices, such as industry control system, your SCADA that's connected to internet, or your IoT robots. Your vehicle IoT, for example, your unmanned vehicles or drones, your autonomous vehicles, and also battlefield and military IoT, also referred to as Internet of Battlefield or military things in the future. Another way to categorize IoT devices is IoT devices around us. For example, most of our consumer IoT devices, including your drones, your driverless vehicles, they are around us. Yeah, we can also categorize IoT devices into devices that are actually in us. For example, your medical devices, such as the embedded medical devices, your pacemaker. Also, IoT devices on us. These are very common. For example, your wearable devices, your Fitbit, for example, your mobile device, and others that you can carry on us. So remember in the earlier slide, I have a category on IOBT, which is military, or IOMT. IOBT is battlefield and IOMT is military. So basically, it is a combination of civilian IoT, whether it's your home or basically your consumer, as well as dedicated internet connected battlefield and military things. So it's a combination of civilian IoT, consumer IoT, as well as your dedicated military IoT. So IOBT and IOMT, their main purpose is to come together in the, they are actually, for example, as we can see on the slide, this is actually an image sourced from US Army Research Lab. So you have wearable device, you have IoT robots, you have sensors, you have weapons, which may or may not be internet connected, and then you also have your vehicles. So all these come together to perform a function. In this case, is command and control or battlefield services. But there are some challenges. They are somewhat specific to IOBT. They are not commonly found in other consumer IoT deployments. For example, those are highlighted in red. In most IOBT missions, they are diverse and dynamic. It's real time, and most of them are real time. That requires a rapid composition or deployment, and it's very, and most of these devices are actually deployed in the adversary network. So in this case, we have to assume a zero trust environment. And again, zero trust may be a terminology that some of you will be quite familiar with. So we assume that no devices or no communication can be trusted. So in this case, there's actually a very challenging issue on how to secure your communications in such a zero trust environment. And also medical IoT devices. Many of these IoT devices, the risk of the attack vectors are not due to cyber attacks or malicious cyber activities. In some cases, it's actually due to operational activities. For example, your medical devices, what happens if the medical devices were actually booted after patches were applied in the middle of a surgical operation? Because remember, especially people who are manning the IoT devices, they belong to the OT, the operation technology team, rather than the cybersecurity team. So to them, it's just an IP address or a device. Most of the OT team, they will not have visibility into what type of device is this, whether this device is being used and in what context. So if they are applying patch, for example, say midnight, at a certain time of the day, they apply patch, and this device happen to be used in the middle of a surgical or a surgery, and it reboot itself. So what are the implications? So in this case, for example, when the surgery goes wrong, who is legally and financially liable, especially when someone is seriously injured or there's fatalities involved? Not just medical devices, but in general for IoT devices. If an attack happens due to some vulnerabilities in the IoT device, then because of this vulnerability or this attack, the company or the organization suffers massive losses, financial losses, or legal implications. So who's going to be liable in this case? Is it going to be the device manufacturer, the OT, the operation technology team, or the cybersecurity team, the insurance, or do we go after attackers if we can even identify them in the first place? But what if the incident happened because of non-cybersecurity incident? For example, you are just your application of a firmware patch that leads to oxygen being cut off from the patient. So in this case, who's going to be liable? Is it the hospital? And if so, is it the organization per se, or is it the C-level executive, or is it the OT and cybersecurity team, or the insurance? And again, these are questions that we may not have an answer to at this stage. So why do we need to understand cybersecurity, especially when it comes to offensive cybersecurity? I'm sure many of you in the audience have heard of Benjamin Franklin. He has said many things. I think one of his famous quote is, "Everything in this world is said to be certain except for death and taxes." I'm sure if we add cyber attacks or malicious cyber activities to this statement, it's true, right? Any one of you disagree? And also, another quote from Sun Tzu is, "To know your enemy, you must become your own enemy." So that's why, to me, I firmly believe that to be a good cyber defender, you also have to be a good cyber attacker. At least you have to understand how attackers behave, how they carry out the various malicious cyber activities, so that you can actually better design your system. And at the same time, you need to be able to do investigation. For example, when something happens, how do you know? Are you able to investigate and understand what happened? For example, how was the system compromised? When was it compromised? How did the attacker get in? Who the attacker was and were? And what did they do? What did the attackers do on the system, and so on? So these are a range of questions that need to be answered. Hence the importance of IoT forensics or incident response. However, if you look at IoT security and IoT forensics, these two terms, they tend to go hand in hand. Similar to security and privacy, they kind of go hand in hand, but they are not quite the same. They are overlaps. So similarly for IoT security and IoT forensics, they are somewhat similar, but they don't. There are some minor overlaps, but they are not quite the same. In fact, IoT forensics is a terminology, or is a field that's very understudied. For example, this is a Google Scholar search I did a while ago. Just compare, if I search for IoT security, I have almost 20,000 results. I'm sure now if you search for this terminology, you have more than 20,000 results. Whereas IoT forensics search on the same day, around the same time, there's less than 500 results. So this in itself can tell you that this is actually a very understudied research area. And increasingly, the thing is, why are we interested in IoT security or forensics? Because increasingly moving forward, because of the digitalization of our society, a lot of things around us, especially will comprise of IoT devices, and these will be the target of malicious cyber attacks. Why? Because they contain our data, because they control our life, basically they are connected to us, and they can be used to attack us physically. I'm not sure how many of you have watched Fast and Furious 8, which is a few years old now. So in this particular scene, the vehicles, the driverless vehicles or the smart vehicles, there were actually vulnerabilities that will actually be identified and exploited by the terrorists. And because of this, the terrorists actually took over control of these vehicles and caused them to crash. Think about it. I'm sure you have come across videos on YouTube or other research papers that have actually identified vulnerabilities that may be remotely exploited. So just think about it. If a terrorist, instead of getting behind the wheels, like how we have seen a number of incidents in Europe, in a few European countries last year and the year before, instead of them getting behind the wheels, what if they actually identify vulnerabilities in these vehicles and then exploit them successfully and organize and carry out an organized attack, causing them to crash into places of mass gathering at a certain time? Could that happen? Maybe. So increasingly moving forward, it's not just about driverless vehicle, but also about drones. Anything that can be controlled, that can move, whether it's your drones, your underwater vehicles, or your Tesla and so on. And again, the cyber attacks. In most cases, the attacks will not just be in the cyberspace, but it will actually be branded in the sense that these cyber attacks are going to be concurrent with physical attacks in order to maximize impact. For example, in addition to carrying out the attacks, using the vehicles, the attackers can also try to attack the communication system, the emergency response system like your 911, and other supporting infrastructure in order to maximize the impact of the attack. And I'm sure this is no surprise to you. Cyber threats are increasingly important and relevant to both developed and developing economies, but there are a number of challenges that still remain, whether it's your typical IoT or your network systems. For example, how do we accurately attribute the source of a cyber attack involving or targeting IoT devices? And how can we determine whether this attack is criminal, including espionage, or an act of cyber war? Now, the question is, why do we care whether it's criminal or cyber war? Because our devices are being attacked, our data is being stolen. Because it's important to make a distinction is because the protocol to respond is different. So think about it. If it's criminal, most likely it's going to be, the responding or the responsible agency will be your law enforcement, or FBI, or similar or equivalent in your country. Whereas when it comes to cyber war, most likely it's going to be your national security agencies or your military. So the protocol will be different as well. And most of these IoT systems are not designed with security in mind. So this is a study that we've done a while ago now with my colleagues here at UTSA. So basically, we were trying to identify in the wild, we were trying to identify how many potentially vulnerable devices, IoT devices in this case, are out there in the wild. So we did a study, we scanned the environment, and we actually identified more than 120,000 internet scale exploited IoT devices. And some of these vulnerable devices, are actually operating in critical infrastructure sectors, which means it can be your water, your grid, your financial sector, and so on. These are critical infrastructure sectors. And we also infer 140 large-scale IoT-centric probing campaigns as well, including a very large infer coordinator campaign consisting of more than 50,000 IoT devices. And this is concerning. And of course, this is just scraping the surface because we only did a very passive scan. We did not go into more depth because, again, when it comes to doing cybersecurity research, we have to be careful that we do not break the law when we are doing research. So in most cases, this is only a tip of the iceberg, so to speak. In actual fact, there are way more vulnerable IoT devices that you can exploit. I'm not sure how many of you are actually familiar with Shodan. It's a search engine. And if you do a search for Shodan, you will find there are a lot of vulnerable IoT devices out there that can be easily exploited. And these IoT devices can be found in your home, your office, or even in these critical infrastructure sectors. Security versus vulnerabilities. Well, to me, I think this is a double-edged sword and somewhat controversial in a sense. So, for example, as a cybersecurity professional, we want to secure our device. We want to design the best or the strongest or the most powerful encryption algorithm or security mechanism that can prevent unauthorized access to your devices and your data. But when it comes to forensic, it's somewhat that we are coming in, we are pushing this issue from a different perspective. We want to get access to data in the case of investigation. But the thing is, if a device of a suspect is very secure, now how do I actually get access to the suspect's data if it's so secure that there's no way for me to break it? So in this case, vulnerability in this context is double-edged sword, because in many of the forensic investigations, we may have to rely on vulnerabilities, in the sense that we have to identify the vulnerabilities and exploit them in order to circumvent the security measures that are in place on the device or the system, in order to get access to the suspect's data. So for example, in this particular work, which has been accepted in IEEE TDSE. So basically, we use deep learning to actually design a fuzzing-based approach to actually fuzz for vulnerabilities. Some of you in the audience may be familiar with fuzzing. So basically, this is a technique that many security teams actually use to fuzz for vulnerabilities. So basically, we in this context, we actually design our fuzzing methods using deep learning, and we actually evaluate the utility of our fuzzer on real-world devices. So we were actually able to identify 9 previously unknown vulnerabilities, including flaws that can lead to denial of service or system crash in the commercial middleware from Huawei. Now, the question is, from a forensic perspective, can some of these vulnerabilities be utilized to facilitate data acquisition in IoT forensics? Yes, possibly, depending on what type of vulnerabilities that you can find. But the question is this too intrusive? Again, forensic is not just a technical issue. There's legal elements in the collection of evidence as well. So the answer may be depending on the jurisdiction that you're working from, because it also depends on the evidence of the jurisdiction. So yes and no. And again, IoT versus digital forensics. Earlier, I mentioned that IoT forensics, in comparison to IoT security, IoT forensics is understudy. It's a cruel cousin. But if you compare IoT and digital forensics, again, IoT forensics is also understudy, even in the field of digital forensics. Because, for example, if you search for digital forensics, you have 37,000 results. I'm sure it's more than that now. But if you search for IoT forensics, it's only 359 results. Earlier, and what is IoT forensics? And again, this is a work that we are working on. So when you look at IoT forensics compared to many of these other topics out there for IoT security, you can see IoT. Let me see where's IoT forensics is hidden. Anyway, it's too small to be seen compared to say encryption or 5G and authentication. And also IoT forensics, it also comprises of cloud forensics, device forensics, for example, mobile, and also network forensics. Because IoT device, and again, it depends on definition. Some people will consider mobile device to be part of IoT device. And again, many of these IoT devices, they can be controlled by an app application that you install on your mobile device. So the potential source of evidence in that case is a mobile device. Because your mobile device is actually used to connect to this IoT device. For example, issue commands or collect data from this IoT device. So this mobile device can also be a potential source of evidence. Hence, IoT forensics also comprises cloud device, for example, your mobile and network forensics. And IoT forensics there are many ways to categorize these IoT forensics. You can actually categorize into levels. For example, in terms of device level forensics, you can also try to collect data at the network level, or you try to collect data in the cloud. For example, your Amazon Echo, or even your Ring camera or your CCTV. In most cases, those data are not stored locally, they are stored in the cloud. So you need cloud forensics. And some of evidence sources will be your cloud systems, your industry or your home networks, and also your device itself. There's a lot of IoT malware and so on. But those devices are usually more limited. The data is actually more limited. So in other words, some of the cloud forensic challenges that researchers have identified may also be relevant to IoT forensics. For example, when it comes to trying to collect the authentication mechanisms and so on. So the role of IoT device in a forensic perspective or in the investigation, the IoT device can be a target. IoT device can also be used as a tool by forensic investigator to identify, collect, and analyze, or even present evidence. An IoT device can also play the role of a witness. For example, the data is stored in the IoT device can directly implicate an individual accused of a crime. So in fact, there have been a number of cases where IoT device is actually, data from IoT device is actually used in a criminal investigation to prosecute an offender. For example, there was a case in the US 2 or 3 years ago, where the data from a pacemaker of a suspect patient was actually used against the individual or the suspect person, because the data on the pacemaker does not align with what the suspect has given to the police in his statement. So he was eventually charged for arson. There was another case where the data on the murder victims found on the murder victim was actually used as evidence to charge the murder victim's ex-husband of murder. So Mirai is a malware that I'm sure many of you are somewhat familiar with. Hopefully you are not affected by it. So Mirai is an IoT malware. So when it comes to IoT malware or IoT forensics, there are many potential sources of evidence. For example, you have the victim. You also, victim in this case, the victim of IoT, the DDoS attack. Or you also have the devices, the zombie IoT devices, they have been compromised to carry out the attack. And you also have the command and control server, or you also have other the attacker's terminal. So all these are potential source of evidence. Of course, in most cases, you are not going to have access to the attacker's terminal unless you really have a suspect identified and arrested. So in most cases, the victim or the vulnerable IoT device would be the two most common source of evidence in a Mirai investigation. And depending on what you get access to, if you are doing a server analysis, you're definitely going to have more information. You can recover more data from a server as compared to a device itself. So for example, you can have the database locking. Then you can actually look at the different type of artifacts that you can recover to actually help you to understand what happened, what devices were compromised, where are these devices located in terms of the IP address, location, and which system has been targeted or attacked. So from a home perspective, this is something I'm sure many of you will be quite familiar with. You have IoT devices around your home, and some of these IoT devices, the data is actually stored in the cloud, right? For example, your Amazon, your AWS cloud server, and so on. So this cloud in itself, in addition to the network and the devices, this cloud is also a potential source of evidence. And I believe by now you should be you should get what I'm trying to say, in the sense that data is key to many investigations, both forensics and as well as security. So in this particular work, we actually design, and also I forgot to mention that many of these communications are actually encrypted. So hence, in this case, it's much harder to actually classify encrypted network because it's encrypted. So unless you have the decryption key, even if you intercept the network, is most likely going to be garbage. So in this case, how to actually do traffic classification? So in this particular work, we actually design a traffic classification technique to actually distinguish between compressed and encrypted network. So in this case, we are able to we do not know the content, but we are able to separate between compressed and encrypted network. And this is actually a follow-up work from one of our previous paper that we were actually able to identify WeChat is a very popular applications used by Chinese users, especially in China. So as part of this application, as part of WeChat, the users can actually transact financially, conduct financial transactions, possible in the form of red packet, or use it to make a payment. So in this particular work, we were actually, even though the communication is actually end-to-end encrypted, but we were able to identify red packets and fund transfer transactions. And separate that from other traffic coming out from these WeChat applications. So we were actually able to identify or make a distinction between financial transactions and non-financial transactions without decrypting the network. And also in this work, and there are many such similar works out there as well. So in this work, we actually design a lead recurrent neural network solutions. As a step STM, with retraining to actually identify or to detect malware. In this case, we were trying to make our model as generic as possible. So we actually evaluate using Windows, ransomware, IoT, and Android malware dataset, using both static and dynamic analysis. And in most cases, in all these evaluations, our accuracy rate and the various metrics were above 90%. However, data may not always be available for a number of reasons. For example, especially if you identify the attacks, say a few months later or even a few years later, their data is not going to be there anymore. So how are you going to do a forensic investigation to understand what happened, to actually understand or to evaluate the impact of the attack? So in that case, it will be very challenging. Or in some cases, even though you know the data is there, but you're not able to extract whether it's for technical reason or for legal reason. For example, if a data is hosted by another company and the company declined to give you access to the data, or it's actually hosted in a different country where you do not have jurisdiction. And also in some cases, you know the data is there, you have the capability to extract the data, but that's going to be too expensive. You do not have the resource to do it. So that's too bad. And also, we have to consider that the insider may also attempt to delete the evidence. And it's also not realistic, such as that any evidence connected to the device can be automatically seized for forensic data investigation. For example, if it's a server, in a stock exchange company, you're not able to actually seize the device because if the device, your system is actually offline, it's going to cause massive financial loss to the organization. So in this case, there is a need for forensic ready systems and infrastructure. That's what we were proposing. So I'm not sure how many of you in the audience have heard of forensic by design. So forensic by design is somewhat similar to secure by design and privacy by design. So I'm sure many of you know what is secure by design. So basically, we design systems with security in mind from day one. And privacy by design is similar. So you want to design privacy preserving mechanisms, as part of a system. When it comes to forensic by design, so basically what we are proposing to do here is we design systems. Okay, they actually have some sort of a black box. I'm sure many of you will be familiar with black box. For example, if you fly, for example, when an aeroplane goes down, so where do the air crash investigator look for evidence? They will usually be looking out for the black box, also known as a copy recorder. So conceptually, this is very similar to the black box or the copy recorder in the sense that we record selected evidence or selected artifacts about the systems on 24/7 on an ongoing basis, so that when the system is attacked or when the system goes down, we know where to go look for evidence. We just go to the black box. So think of this is a figure. So number 3 will be the black box or the secure multi-tenant storage. So the black box can be distributed or it can be centralized. It really depends on the organization setting or configuration. So this is actually in the context of a smart grid. So we can actually have devices. We can actually have data from different devices. For example, from devices in the electricity generation, transmission, or the distribution facilities. We are basically, this black box is actually monitoring and collecting all these different forensic data and then storing it securely. Because remember, when it comes to digital forensics, integrity of evidence is very important because you have to make sure that data is stored there cannot be tampered with or modified after it has been stored. So hence, the use of a blockchain is actually an optimal solution here as well. And the thing is, and one of the challenges is because there's so much data out there, you don't want to store every single data. So in this case, your black box have to be customized to different organizations. You have to take into consideration the system setting, the requirements, whether it's legal requirements, technical requirements, or the regulatory requirements, to actually identify what type of data you want to store and how much of the data you want to store. Remember, this is actually not a backup. The black box is not the same as a backup. So this black box should not serve the role of a backup server. And some of this data can actually be used for data analysis in the sense that you can actually use this. You can actually analyze the data that's been stored by the black box to actually inform your security solution, whether it's your SIEM or your intrusion prevention or detection system, so that you are more so that you have the barrier solution actually have a better idea or better picture of the threat landscape that's been or network activities within the network or targeting facing placed by the network, so that you can actually queue your security solutions as well. So in this case, this web box, I mean, in other words, this web box is not just serving the role of just a forensic web box where you store the data, but the data that's been stored can also be analyzed to understand the threat landscape of the system, of the company. And when it comes to IoT forensics, it's also, I mean, one of the challenges is because there's a broad range of IoT devices out there, and there are new devices or new operating system or system coming out very regularly. So the question is, how do you actually keep pace with all the different devices, with all the different operating system or file system? And again, if I'm going to ask the audience, how many of you here is an expert on all the IoT devices out there from a forensic perspective or even from a security perspective? I'm sure there will not be many, if any at all. So how do we actually share information? So the question now becomes, how do we effectively and efficiently share knowledge about forensic artifacts? For example, where are these artifacts being located? What are the forensic implications? Are these important from a forensic perspective? And what about their data structures? We are sharing the artifacts themselves, because when it comes to forensic, some of the artifacts that we recover are very reviewing or personal or sensitive. So we do not want to share the artifacts, but we want to share the information, some of knowledge that we gained from doing the forensic analysis of these devices. So in this case, we propose using a schema. Think of it as a template or some sort of high-level skeleton template that actually captures the knowledge of the investigator who have previously investigated or examined a particular device. And this schema actually contains information, for example, such as type and nature of the artifacts that could be acquired, so that it can be used to guide or to inform another investigator's forensic investigation without sharing the artifacts themselves. So this is actually we actually have built a beta version of this platform. So basically, as you can see, we have a schema. So for example, think of this as an ecosystem, or as a where, I mean, we have different agencies or different organizations being part of this ecosystem. So whenever they have done a forensic investigation, I mean, an IoT device forensic investigation, they actually come up with this abstract schema. They actually contains information or metadata type of information about the device, and then they can actually share this schema to this platform. So before someone else start an investigation of their own on the device, they can actually search on this platform for schema that actually belongs or they are actually associated with this type of device, so that they can just load up this schema onto their forensic software, and this forensic software will actually pull out relevant forensic artifacts from the various locations contained in the schema. They are actually detailed in the schema. So for example, this is a snapshot of the tool that we developed. So for example, as you can see, we have different devices. So in this case, it's a motion sensor. These are some of the artifacts that we can actually identify from this device. So how about cloud and blockchain-based platform? So in this case, for this platform to be useful, because this platform can be a local version, or it can be a global version, in the sense that it can be hosted in the cloud. So in this case, we are proposing to actually have this type of platform, because if you talk about ecosystem, it's more useful to actually have a cloud-based system where we can connect to different agencies, organizations in different countries, can actually connect to this platform to get access to the schemas. So building on this work, this is actually an earlier work that we published in 2020. So basically, in this work, we propose a data training ecosystem. So in this sense, the platform, on this platform itself, you can actually you're facilitating data trading between different entities, between data buyers and data producers or data sellers. So in this case, what we are proposing is the data seller who are actually interested in certain analysis or certain statistics. They do not need to get access to the raw data, because there are challenges in selling access to data, because data can be stolen, it can be resold to other individuals, and so on. But in this case, this platform, think of this platform as a middle person or as a third party. So for example, if you're interested in certain analysis, for example, if you're interested in say the sales figure of certain product, you want to do a comparison between different vendors or different categories. You come to this platform, and this platform will actually facilitate the data access and data analysis, and present to the data buyer. I mean the customers the analysis findings that he or she is actually interested in. So basically, we are going to use the challenge of securing the data set to securing the data processing instead. And in fact, this platform can also be used to facilitate federated learning as well. So for example, if a customer wants to train the model on various data sets, his federated learning model on various data sets, so this person can actually come to the platform and put in an order, say, through a smart contract, and the platform will actually liaise with the different data producers and then train the model on these different producers, and then hand over the final train model to the individual, to the buyer. And in this case, the buyer can actually have the model that's been trained. We are getting access to the raw data set. So what are some of the potential research opportunities? So when it comes to data, whether it's for security or forensics, these days, it's not, in most cases, it's not a case of we do not have access to data, but in some cases, in most of the cases, we have access to too much data in the sense that we are spoiled for choices. Even in the case of IoT forensics, there are too many different potential sources of evidence. So this actually contradicts the lack of data set, which I'm going to discuss later. So now we have too many sources of evidence. How do we actually determine which source of evidence is actually more important for this case, especially in a time-poor environment, and there's also selection bias if we use AI to help us to collect data. So for example, in the black box scenario that I presented in a few slides ago, because in most cases, in the forensic black box, we are not going to manually collect the data. If you're going to use some sort of AI techniques to help us identify and collect the data, now the question is, how about the selection bias? Are we missing out certain data that are important that we are not aware of? And also, we need more forensically friendly tools. For example, we have Google for search engine, we have TensorFlow for AI, Hadoop for the data analytics, and so on. But we do not have a similar tool for forensics. So, for example, if I'm interested to find out certain information, can I just type in a search term, and then the system is going to generate the data for me? The answers that I want. The answer is no at the moment. But we could actually build in such a user interface for the forensic black box because the data is being stored in the forensic black box. So, if someone could actually design some sort of search engine or the user interface type to actually interface this digital forensic black box, and then whenever the person, the user types in a query, this interface will actually do the analysis, and this is a basic analysis to actually return the answer that the user wants. It's going to be super friendly. And also when it comes to machine learning and deep learning, so how do we actually use machine or deep learning approach to facilitate real-time incident response and forensic investigation? So for example, can we actually use it to help us identify and collect evidence in a forensically sound manner? This is actually especially helpful because right now there are too many different potential sources of evidence. In most cases, the investigator just don't have the time to investigate every single source and then to collect data or evidence from every single source. It's going to be too expensive and too time-consuming. So if we can actually identify AI agents, whether it's deep learning or machine learning agents, to help us identify and then to crawl or collect information or data evidence automatically, yet in a forensically sound manner, it's going to be super useful as well for forensic investigation. There are also a lot of defects out there. And the techniques to create defect, whether it's text, audio, and video artifacts, are going to be super sophisticated as well. Now, how confident are we when we present evidence in a court that this evidence are authentic, they are not defect? So this is another challenge. And can we actually use machine learning or deep learning to identify and exploit vulnerabilities to help us circumvent security measures in order to get access to evidence? Of course, in this case, we are not talking about hacking. We get access to evidence in the legally permissible manner, whatever with a court warrant. Is that going to be legal? Again, it depends on the jurisdiction that you are working from. And also, if you're going to use AI, especially to help us in the identification, collection, and analysis of the data, it's very important for us to be able to explain what happened. So explainable AI, especially for digital forensic in the future, is going to play an important role. How about blockchain? So can blockchain be used to facilitate forensic by design, especially when it comes to ensuring the integrity of the evidence that is being stored in the forensic black box? And in addition to this, can blockchain be used in other forensic applications other than to preserve the integrity of data or chain of custody? So for example, IoT devices may be stored in publicly accessible areas. And in the event that this IoT device is basically under the control of an adversary, for example, in the context of the IOVD, the battlefield or military setting, how can we use blockchain to guarantee the security and privacy of the data that's been stored in the device? So bear in mind, we are not talking about integrity. So we're talking about security and privacy. Can blockchain help us to facilitate that? And when it comes to IoT data sets, there are not many IoT data sets out there, even though we have a lot of we are spoiled for choices, as I mentioned over here. They are spoiled for choices when it comes to data source in the investigation. But when it comes to search purpose, there are not many publicly available IoT data sets, especially those that are going to be representative of the various setting. Why? Because first of all, it takes time and a lot of efforts to actually set up the test bed or to set up the device, to collect the data set, and then to label them as well. It's very time consuming and be quite expensive. And besides, there's a vast, there's a significant diversity in terms of the IoT make and model, the device type, the architectures and so on. And also, do we need some standard to be established for IoT data set that will actually facilitate the sharing of such data set for research purpose? So one question that we have been thinking is, can we actually use blockchain to facilitate the sharing and distribution of such data set in the research network, for example, using this ecosystem? Can we actually build a secure data trading platform on blockchain to actually facilitate data access or the data sharing of this IoT data set? So this is actually a work that I conducted with my colleague a few years ago, and also our PhD student. So what we are hoping to achieve here is actually to come up with a blockchain-based data sharing approach. So in this case, bear in mind that we are not suggesting that the data set to actually be stored on chain. What we are suggesting here is the data set that we want to share is going to be stored off chain, but there's actually a RIM number, which is some sort of a unique identifier that's actually stored on the chain for easy retrieval. And also, in this work, we have recently we have built a honeynet architecture comprising a number of IoT devices. So we have 3D printers, we have TVs, we have CCTV cameras, and so on. So basically, these are some of the common IoT devices that you can find in an office or building environment. So what we are hoping to do here is we are hoping to help, because remember earlier I mentioned that there's actually a lack of data sets. So what we are hoping to do here is to actually to generate or simulate a sufficiently realistic environment in the office setting where we have different devices, and then you can actually do a honeynet. So we are actually collecting the data set, so the traffic of both uncompromised as well as attacked traffic, so that we can actually do labeling, we can actually use that to train our machine learning or deep learning models and so on. So this is actually a work that's funded by NSA. So any one of you who are actually interested to collaborate, in this activity, please feel free to contact me after this presentation. So with that, I end my presentation. Thank you for your time. And as you can see on the slide, we are always interested in research collaboration. My email address is there, so feel free to contact me. Thank you very much.
We would like to thank Dr. Kim Kwang for his speech. If any one of you have a question for him, you can send it in via email due to the differences of time between Yemen and USA.
الساعة 10 بالعربي. الساعة 10 بيبدأ ايش الدكتور عبد الصمد كمان من بروف عبد الصمد كمان من اليمن.
تتكلم عربي ولا انجليزي؟
عربي انجليزي.
Okay, thank you so much. I need your attention, please. Right now, we're going to have a break for 10 minutes, okay? And after that, we're going to complete our sessions via Zoom. نتمنى من الحاضرين أن نأخذ بريك لمدة 10 دقائق فقط، ثم سنعاود مناقشة الحلقات العلمية، فنود منكم الجلوس في أماكنكم إذا سمحتم.
We'd like to thank all the keynote speakers. Now we are having 10 minutes break, and then we continue with the second keynote speaker, Professor Abdul Samad from Japan. Thank you.
Welcome back again. And now let's move to our keynote speech number 2 by Dr. Mohammed Abdul Samad Kamal, University of Gunma, Japan. And Dr. Mohammed Abdul Samad Kamal is an associate professor in a graduate school of science and technology, Gunma University, Japan. He received a Bachelor of Sciences degree from University of Khulna and of Engineering and Technology, Bangladesh in 1997. He also has the Master and PhD degree from Kyushu University, Japan. His research interests include intelligent transportation systems, cooperative control of connected and automated vehicles, and the applications of modal protective control. And his keynote is going to be under the title of Towards Cyber-Physical Control of Vehicles at Urban Intersections in the Internet of Vehicles Framework.
Can I start now? Hello, can you hear me? Is the sound okay?
Yes, Prof. Okay, you can proceed.
Okay.
Yes, we can hear you, Professor.
Thank you very much. Good evening from Japan. I am Kamal from Gunma University. And it's my great pleasure to introduce some of my work I have been conducting in last 10 years in collaboration with Toyota Motors and by the support of Japan government. So in this keynote speech. So the title is Towards Cyber Physical Control of Vehicles at Urban Intersection in the Internet of Vehicles Framework. So I made my title bit align with this conference, as my work is very similar and it can be implemented only if we have an efficient Internet of Vehicles framework. This is a new concept, but I would like to show you some of my research, how we can realize an efficient traffic control system. So let me introduce first the Gunma University, that we have a autonomous driving research center. It's called Center for Research on Adoption of Next Generation Transportation System. So we have a large number of autonomous cars, and since 2019, we are operating jointly, providing technical support for autonomous bus service in some cities in Japan. So we are open for collaboration, or if you are interested to see if you can find the information, or you can search the grant by the keyword. So anyhow, this is the presentation outline today. I would like to introduce some facts of transportation and the direction of intelligent transportation systems. Then I will go to introduce some fact about signalized intersection, and then I will introduce 3 main topics here that I published in some papers already. So then I will conclude my presentation. So let's see what are the problems, what are the issues, drawbacks of existing road transportation system. So simply, road transportation system is a complex system. Why? Because the vehicles, drivers, road networks, each of them has very different characteristics, different behavior, and their interaction make it very complex. So it's not possible to simply implement some new technology and solve the problem. What are the problem? Accidents, emission, congestion, extra fuel. If you can see this data, you can find if every year the condition is not is only getting worse. Why? Despite we have a modern technology in all the sectors, but accidents, congestion, so we cannot stop these things. So still we are living with this, having a huge impact in our life and society. We cannot imagine our life without transportation. This is the fact. How the researcher on intelligent transportation systems are thinking to change the paradigm to make a very efficient, comfortable road transportation system by introducing autonomous vehicles and connectivity, connected vehicles. At the same time, with this, we need some automatic and cooperative system to control. You see the vehicles, they are connected only with connection. That means they communicate at very high speed with each other. They share their information, but sharing the information does not solve a problem. How we can utilize those information effectively to control these vehicles or traffic. So that's the problem. So how we can expect a very highly efficient transportation system? That's the main topic of my work, main theme of my work, of my research. So let's see what are the problem in traditional traffic signalized intersection. You know, when the traffic volume is low, no traffic light is needed, and if the vehicles come close, stop and see left, right, and cross. But when the traffic volume increases, we need traffic light for conflict-free right of way to some vehicles. But at the same time, other vehicles at the red signal, they must stop and idle. And it also limits the capacity. Even we introduce some optimization algorithm or optimization traffic responsive control, but very little improvement in congestion. So why just happens? What are the factors? I think this is a very new thing. I must introduce some of the key points. You see, when your car is stopped at the queue at the red signal here, you see 1, 2, 3, up to n vehicles. And the signal changes from red to green. And what happens? These vehicles at 0 speed, it takes time to speed up and cross this intersection. So compared to the steady flow at high speed, usually they take 2 seconds for each vehicles. So for this case, the first vehicle, you see, first few vehicles take extra time to cross this intersection. And in average, this is called lost time, 4 seconds per change in signal. Any change in signal from green to red, red to green, it takes extra time. And even we design a traffic signal cycle, but you see the first few seconds and last part are unused. So every signal, green signal, effective signal is less than the actual signals. So what happens? It reduces the capacity. If we consider a cycle of 120 seconds, 60-minute green and red signals for each, then we can realize only 840 vehicles per lane per hour. So these are some factors how the effective green time with cycle length changes, why we cannot make the cycle length short so that we don't need to idle at the red signal very long. So these are the explanation. I'm not going to explain in deep. You can go to these, I think this reference, you can have a look here to have the details. But you see, we want short cycle. That means very short red signal so that I don't have to idle, but it will reduce the capacity because of lost time. We need to change the signal frequently. But if we introduce long cycle, then there will be long delay. So how we can find a trade-off, how we can so that we can go with shorter cycle with shorter delay. This is the challenging point. So this is the first topics of my work. So can we think beyond the traffic signal? If traffic signal vehicle has to idle at the queue, so speed is 0. So it takes extra time. So lost time happens. We cannot utilize the traffic signal. What happens if we can come, the vehicle can come at the intersection exactly at the green time changes, and they can just cross without any delay. So it would be great. So can we come up with a no traffic light, no stuff, these kinds of concept? So this is the work I conducted jointly with Toyota Motors while I was in Tokyo University, and this is the paper I published. So today I will show this first. Here, what we consider 100% vehicles are connected and automated. And we assume there is no communication delay, and we can find a solution, optimization solution immediately without any delay. In that case, we can consider there is an infrastructure where intersection coordination unit or ICU is located. Can we communicate all these vehicles, find their optimal trajectory and send to them? And then this ICU can be in cloud or in edge computing we can introduce, or eventually all these vehicles, this framework can be under the Internet of Vehicle framework. So if we can, what are the advantages? So let's see what is the idea. Very simple. We want to go on the vehicles, they simply move like this. So they go through each other, and they cross this intersection in such a way they don't have any conflict, there will be no collision, and they will move smoothly. So this is the basic concept what we want to realize. Can we have this? And if we have, then what are the advantages? What would be the advantage? Don't think much about these symbols, and there is a distortion here. Anyhow, we consider a traffic, consider 2 lanes from this side in the road and single lane in this road. So there are 6 directions, 6 lanes from where the vehicles are approaching the intersection. They may cross in this way. So what we find, what we estimated, if we allow them to cross this intersection with minimum gap, minimum safety gap, we can realize that capacity like this, almost double, close to double than the traditional intersection, if we can realize the highly efficient autonomous vehicles with cloud-based computing system. So let's see whether we can really realize that. This is the question. So this is a part of modeling. We say model predictive control we introduce. I'm not explaining those things in details because not most of them are not from control engineer perspective, but mostly I want to focus on the application side. So what happens, we model these vehicles, vehicle approaching the intersection, they send the information to ICU, ICU model find the state of its position and velocity, acceleration of all these vehicles. It find using these information, it try to optimize what should be the best trajectory of them so that they can cross this intersection without collision safely. So that means collision is a big factor. So we need to reduce the chance of collision. So we define a risk function. How? For example, this car is moving in this way, another car is moving in this way. So this is the crossing point. And you see there is a circle here. In this crossing point, if both vehicles are close to this center point, then there is a high chance of collision for like this. If one of them is outside of this circle, that means no chance of collision. So we define these kinds of risk function. You just guess One car, what is the distance from the center? Another car, what is the distance from the center? If both are at the center of zero, center means here distance 0, then risk is maximum, otherwise minimum. And now how many this risk point? So you see all these points considering their trajectories, these are the points. So in each point, considering how these vehicles will move in next 10 seconds, 20 seconds, something, for each fraction of second, you have to find whether they have risk, and the total risk we define in this way. So now the task is we have to ensure the risk is minimum, close to 0, and then allow this vehicle to cross this intersection. So this is the model predictive control framework. We consider this these vehicles. We formulate a optimization problem in ICU that coordinate this. What are the objectives? We want these vehicles to run close to this desired velocity so that the velocity deviation should be low in the horizon of these steps. And at the same time, we don't want much acceleration or braking. So this is the square term here, and this is the total risk. So we want to minimize, there is some weighting factor to trade off these things. We want to ensure that when the risk is higher, so the vehicle will try to avoid any collision and take appropriate action. But when there is no risk, the vehicle will concentrate to try to run at steady speed because of these two penalty or cost. So at first, we simply show if there is a two car, N1 from north direction, N1 and N2 from west direction, W1 and W2 are approaching this intersection, both have the same speed and same distance from the intersection. What happens? You see, the ICU, in this example, ICU optimize its trajectory for 20 steps. Each step 0.5 seconds here. So about 10 seconds, you see the vehicles, when this is the distance to the intersection from each side, and this is time. This represent the x-axis represent the time step. When these vehicles cross this intersection N1, you see it create the gap. This is the 0 distance from the intersection. When 0, that means it's in the center of intersection. And in this way, they can create the gap to cross this intersection very safely. Even they are at the conflicting point, equal distance, equal speed. So again, we show that for multiple lanes, we still can have these kinds of trajectory. When the vehicles cross this intersection, they can avoid the collision depending on their trajectory, whether they meet at the same point or not. And you see that even the velocity, they can adjust the velocity in such a way that turning vehicles can go down below 30 km/h. And these are the acceleration. So in continuous movement in an intersection, continuously vehicles will approach this intersection, they cross, new vehicles appear. So from this A, B, C, D, E, F, 6 lanes, vehicles are coming, they are approaching the intersection. When they are approaching, you see they are depending on their conflict, they create the sufficient gap to cross this intersection. However, still this is difficult to understand, I know. So let's see this simulation result. This animation, what we realized, if we have, you can see some vehicles, the blinking, that means it is going to turn left. Some vehicles is going to turn right. But what the way ICU optimize their trajectory in such a way, they from far they are coming in such a way there is no collision here. So like these vehicles are running at highway without any delay, any idling at constant speed. But the case, they are crossing with very short gap, very short gap. So this is in this research, we want to evaluate if our sensor is perfect, if communication is very fast, and if we have a very fast computation technique. The control engineering can provide a solution, this kind of solution, so we can have the maximum advantage from these kinds of transportation. But of course, maybe you will not feel comfort crossing a vehicle just at high speed, just few meter gap, only 3-4 meter gaps. Another vehicle is crossing and you are entering with such a close gap. But technically, it's possible. And we compare, this is a theoretical improvement in capacity. And this is what we realized here in the case of no turning traffic. This is for little turning traffic. This is more turning traffic, higher turning traffic. So in this case, considering the traditional intersection, we compare this. We see our estimation was correct. We could go up to make the capacity close to double. And what are the other at a different flow rate? 200 vehicles per hour per lane until 1,600 vehicles per hour per lane. You see, in the case of traditional intersection, we cannot have more than 840. If number of vehicles increases, what happens? The car has to wait more than one cycle in the traffic light. And you see, this is the crossing time. Means, and in this case, you see almost constant, very constant crossing time. And idling time in our case almost 0. And this is the idling time is very high, and also the capacity is high. You see the fuel consumption, it's improved significantly. At very high volume, the vehicle has to adjust their arrival quickly so that they need to accelerate and brake it. That's why little bit increase the fuel consumption, but you see still significantly it's much less than the traditional traffic cases. Let's see the summary, summarize this. If we can realize centralized coordination with everything perfect, we can find what is the maximum ceiling of improvement in traffic performance. Even it may not be able, may not be realized at all. Stop delay, average crossing time, capacity, in all indicators we see great improvement, but this is computationally inefficient in current technology. Even you see, we need to calculate this trajectory, optimize every fraction of second, but this calculation takes more than about few seconds. So only simulation we can realize. Another case, if some of the vehicles are not automated, manual driver, human driven vehicles are not connected, we cannot address. So, however, this gives a direction. Can we go in that direction by considering the mixed traffic and how we can make it more computationally more efficient? So this, we don't know when 100% vehicle will be fully connected and automated. Maybe even we don't know it will happen after 50 years. So now towards this direction, maximum possible improvement, can we find some other solution that can be implementable at the current time? And maybe in internet of vehicle based solution, if we consider large number of vehicles with fast communication and cloud-based computation, fast computation, distributed control, considering any vehicles can be a suitable solution. So next, my second topics, this is also I published in 2019 in IEEE Transaction of Intelligent Transportation System. So here what we come up, we consider the mixed traffic situation where we have autonomous car and manual vehicles. If human vehicles are there, we need traffic light. There is no other alternative at high speed. So we have to show the light, and we must keep the larger clearance gap so that there is no collision. At the same time, for automated vehicles, we have to provide what would be the signal changing time in advance. And they can predict the preceding car and signal, and they can come at the perfect time. So what could be an alternative solution of my previous work, more realistic approach considering the current situation? So we just consider these kinds of intersection ICU, where all vehicles are connected or their information can be observed by some sensor, detector loop, or camera. And there can be some vehicles are not traditional, unconnected vehicles as well. And if we can simply make like 4 pages or 2 pages according to their movement, we can divide these things. So how we can deal these kinds of vehicles? We come up with another idea that, okay, we will make the traffic signal timing short as much as possible unless there is an issue of capacity drop. So in that case, we consider for each direction, see, this is from west side, this is from south side, vehicles are approaching here. And for each direction, this is for signal 1, this is for signal 2. So can we find what would be the, how many vehicles should come, pass through this green time, 1 vehicles, 2 vehicles, and how can we adjust their timing? Of course, we need to keep a clearance, all red signal to accommodate the human-driven vehicles. So I redraw these things again in this is, for example, this is called the vehicles coming from signal 1, and this is signal 2. They have conflicting direction. So if one side is green, other side would be must be red. So very simply, these are the way how we model. So don't care about these, just see what are the approach. These vehicles, they're supposed to arrive at this intersection this time, shown by dotted line, But because of this traffic light, they have to delay and cause this intersection at this time. They have to delay, it has to delay to follow the previous car and cross this intersection this time. Now the question is, if we know the vehicles, their tentative arrival, can we find the best pattern, optimal pattern, so that their total delay is minimum? This is the what we want to realize. So we must have some modeling. So we modeled this, what would be their delay time. This is signal timing. This is the distance to this intersection. So how these vehicles, their value changes with respect to traffic light. We need some kinds of model. And then we want to minimize their crossing time from all these directions. Of course, we must have some constant maximum red signal, minimum grid signal, these kinds of things. And human driving vehicles, we can accommodate. In our case, in a simulation, we consider the intelligent driver model, IDM, to replicate the human driver with diverse behavior. And for autonomous vehicles, we consider they can adjust their arrival by tuning their speed, considering the future traffic light. So very specifically, if we say, if this vehicle is supposed to arrive here, but the optimal signal says this time will be red. So it will, from far, they will change this flow and arrive at perfect time here. So how we can realize these kinds of simulation, the traffic flow. So these are the simulator that we developed, and we show how the traffic signal changes cycle to cycle. Even we don't have a cycle concept. And for turning traffic, if there is turning traffic, in proportion to these, they generate the turning traffic light. So I'm sorry, I must mention that we are considering the Japanese tradition, Japan, Malaysia, England, UK, the traffic moves in left side. I'm not sure about Yemen, whether in your country traffic vehicles move in left or right. So just consider this tradition, and you see how we evaluate our system. We introduce the vehicles here and gradually increase the volume in 30 minutes. And you see, in case of fixed traffic light, red and green signal is fixed. We compared several cases. In case of existing actuated traffic signal, optimization kind of responsive method, then this is our proposed method with autonomous vehicle 0%. Even without no autonomous vehicles, still our system works. Then what happens? 10% autonomous vehicles, 25%, 50%, 100%. You see, in the case of traditional vehicles, the density increases, speed drops significantly. But in our case, we can, as the number of autonomous vehicles increases, penetration of them increases, you see it has a better trend to improve the traffic flow, increase the capacity. So closely, let's have a look when the traditional case, the vehicles are coming, red signal, so it has to wait in the queue and then cross. So sometimes they have to stay for more than one cycle too here. And in this case, 50% autonomous vehicle we introduce. How they arrive at this intersection? You see this is west and north, two conflict directions. So I'm just showing their distance to the intersection, and this x-axis is showing the time. This is the trajectories. You see, with 50% autonomous car, if one car is behind the autonomous car, it also has to follow the autonomous car behavior. By this way, the most trajectory are optimized. And in the case of 100% autonomous car, you see, they don't have to wait at the intersection. They can come and cross this intersection without any delay, very close to what I show at my earlier one. Even in different penetration, different traffic condition, 5% turning traffic, 10% turning traffic, we have similar trend of improvement. So this way we prove that these kinds of system can work well, but still there are some issue how we can implement them in the real case, in the real world, because a network is large and thousands of vehicles are running. But you see the connected vehicles are coming. We are going to have 5G solution, 5G communication, vehicle to vehicle communication. But the competition is still, optimization is still a not easy work. If we have large number of variables, so we cannot compute it in real time. We must have a distributed approach. We must share this information. We must respect individuality of these vehicles. As a human being, we don't like that someone restrict us. We like freedom. Even the car manufacturer, autonomous driving vehicles, they may not make the same kinds of vehicles. So we need some kinds of flexible solution. So that means the internet of vehicles kinds of solution can be the best option, whether the vehicles have their own autonomous strategy, and then also they can cooperate, they can coordinate, they can interact and find a solution, find a consensus that can improve the overall traffic performance. So this is my third work. I want to introduce very briefly, published in very recently in IEEE transaction on industrial informatics. This is, we say, cyber physical multi-agent framework. We kind of Internet of Things, you can think that we have a traffic network in the cloud-based system, like in the internet. And in the physical layer, vehicles, we just treat they are an agent. They can have a different behavior, but they must follow some rules. And even in the infrastructure, who will decide the traffic light? We introduce some agent, autonomous agent over there. They're supposed to choose that what would be the traffic signal now and one step later until few steps later. Each agent are responsible for this, and they interact with these vehicles, because in Internet of Vehicles system, their data is also available in internet. So it's easy to find a solution so that all these vehicles can arrive at perfect time. At the same time, these vehicles, they can find what is their expected green time. This vehicle is now in green time when they arrive here. So these kinds of cyber physical system we proposed here. This is the concept, but we use the same simulator to evaluate. Let's see, here is I propose a little bit different concept, the least restrictive signal for the vehicles. All these vehicles, they say, I am coming at this time at this intersection. Now the task of this agent to find a least restrictive solution. That means a traffic light that can that will restrict minimum number of vehicles by providing red signal. And if there is a change in signal, how the penalty, how the restriction increases or decreases, we define some kinds of function. I'm not going to explain those things, but how does it work? A multi-agent optimization system, autonomous car. This idea is these vehicles, you see, this is the time, and each of the signal agent, they say we will change this traffic light like this, equal distance. And for opposite direction, it should be gray, red and green, opposite. And this black point shows, rectangle shows this. These are the vehicles, they're supposed to come here, come at this time from two directions. And now what these vehicles, they interact, the agent interact with each other, find the least cost traffic signal pattern. This higher value shows that a vehicle is blocked. So this is a penalty. Vehicle is blocked, this is a penalty. And this green signal is unused. That means this is also kind of penalty. So can it find a solution where with a little penalty? So ultimately it finds this kinds of solution. You see, still there is a penalty because it cannot give green signal to both conflicting vehicle at the same time because they are coming from conflicting direction. However, these vehicles, you see, these vehicles will come after 17 seconds to this intersection. So it has time. So if you note that if you delay 2 seconds, so it can reach this green, they can accommodate in green time. So successively, these vehicles and signal will interact and find a flexible solution. And again, the same result I can show that these vehicles initially and through their interaction of this agent, they can find a better traffic signal pattern that can provide green signal to most of the car according to their natural arrival time and how they reduce this objective function. And if we compare this result, you see, we compare with the existing optimal traffic control system called SCOOT, signal cycle offset optimization technique. And this is our cyber physical multi-agent framework system. We see a different situation, our method work much better. Of course, it works much better than fixed traffic situation. If from conflict direction, north, south, or east-west direction, if the traffic volume is low, LL, low, medium, low, high, or high, high, for different cases, we found that our proposed method is very flexible. They can accommodate a different behavior. Agent are autonomous. They can decide by themselves and find a solution. And these are the similar trajectory. Even with higher penetration, we see there is an improvement, elimination of idling. Unless there is turning vehicles, you need extra time to accommodate their turning. What are my other relevant work that need Internet of Vehicle solution, like Internet of like merging? This is also the difficult case. Also the roundabout, and also here you see how these vehicles can be coordinated in a better way. Who will do this? We need is computing, infra-based or cloud or Internet of Vehicle concept to realize these things, because these autonomous vehicles everywhere, these are the key point. It cannot perform it very well. Human intervention is required. So this is also our work, very recently published in this Sensor journal. If you are interested, you can have a look. And we see we implemented the bi-level coordination so that the vehicles can approach with clustering. At the same time, when entering, we can optimize them. And finally, you see that there's a great improvement considering the traditional intersection. So in conclusion, in a small scale, we proved that we can provide efficient coordination mechanism at traffic at intersection, merging, roundabout. But how we can implement in a real system, we need Internet of Vehicle solution, flexible system. And we are working with this now. Our challenge is how to formulate this, place it in Internet of Vehicle concept, and conduct further research. So we are open for research collaboration, joint work in this field as well. Our Gunma University, the Research Center, all are cooperatives. We are also looking for students to come here for PhD and work with us. So I must acknowledge these people, my support, continuous support over 10 years from Japan government, from various projects. And currently I'm working with these two projects. And these are my collaborator, my mentor. I have been working with them. Thank you very much for your kind attention. And I think it's the time I must close it. Thank you very much again.
We would like to thank Dr. Muhammad Abdul Samad for his valuable speech. If there's any questions from the audience, here's the microphone.
Any question from the audience for Associate Professor Muhammad Abdul Samad Kamal? Any question? There is no question? Okay, thank you very much, Associate Professor Muhammad Kamal Abdul.
Thank you very much.
I think there is a question. Dr. Samad, are you still there? Dr. Abdul Samad?
Is there any question?
Yeah, because there is a question. Can you hear me? They said here there is Widad from Widad Al-Sururi. We can control the velocity, the vehicle or the velocity in the proposed solutions. Can we add the prediction or suggestion change the path in the intersections area? I think there is a question in chat box.
Is it clear? The question is clear for you, Dr. Muhammad Abdul Samad?
Yeah, he need to unmute. Sorry. Why?
Thank you very much. I could not unmute from my side. You're supposed to unmute me. So can you ask the question again?
Okay, Dr. Abdul Rahman, you can repeat your question again, please.
Yeah, actually there is There is a question in the chat box. If you can read the chat box from Dr. Widad Al-Sururi. She said we can control the velocity in the proposed solution, but can we add a prediction or suggestion change the path in the instruction area?
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. This is, of course, this is an interesting point. So right now, I have been working in two ways. I introduced only the intersection coordination things, but for lane change, path change, and my original work is eco-driving, autonomous driving. So where we need to consider how these vehicles should change the lane or efficiently for improving the traffic flow, how it can cooperate with others to change the lane. And of course, all of my work include the prediction. Because this optimization model, predictive control optimization, that means from this time, you consider next 10 seconds, what is going to happen. And even some manual vehicles, we need some kinds of model to predict them. And considering some real scenario, of course, we can include, we have scope to introduce the path change near the intersection. But in Japanese tradition, when we are very close to intersection, at that time, there is a solid line. You should not change the lane at the last moment. Even if you make a mistake, you should go left or right, but you cannot change the lane at the last moment. So you must fulfill some criteria, the rules, tradition of this country. So otherwise, you can introduce, if this is your context, you need these kinds of solution, you can do this, you can proceed with this.
Okay, thank you very much for this valuable information, and thank you for this nice presentation for you, Associate Prof. Dr. Muhammad Abdul Samad Kamal. Now we will move to the next speech.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
As for now, with our last speaker for today, Professor Fuad Hassan Abdurrazzaq. Professor Fuad Hassan Abdurrazzaq, Associate Professor, Faculty of Computer Science and Information Systems, Damar University. Currently, he is working as the academic advisor of the Ministry of Higher Education and Scientific Research, Executive Director of Yemen Center for Information Technology in Higher Education, and Dean of Computer and IT Faculty, Sabat University. His area of research includes parallel and distributed computing, fiber optics, resource management, cloud computing, and IoT, and performance modeling and analysis.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم تسليما كثيرا. أول متحدث يصلي على النبي، بس أنتم صحصحين أهم شيء. مش عارف ليش حطني عمار وبلال في الليست آخر واحد فيس تو فيس. عموما it gives me a great pleasure and a great honor to be a part of this important event organized by the University of Science and Technology, which plays an important and excellent role in the scientific research and academic movement in the country, despite of the circumstances and challenges it faces. And I would like to thank the organizing committee to giving me this opportunity and for the generous invitation to deliver this talk today. I'm not going to deliver or to speak about research, scientific research, pure scientific research. Special thanks to Dr. Bilal and Dr. Ammar Zahari, who we previously discussed about the idea or the topic that I may participate with in this conference. And then we choose the title Cloud and Fog Computing Toward Internet of Everything, Issues, Challenges, and trends. And hopefully, this talk can provide a brief and quite enough introduction for the scope of the major concepts of this conference and maybe the papers and researches we are waiting to hear from our colleagues, presenters, researchers, and highlights the main and most important challenges, issues, and trends related to the cloud and for computing in the context of Internet of Things. Let me start with this idea, story, that maybe if has an important appointment in the town, looking for a spot of parking. She knows where to find one in the time, in real time. Any problem with the مشكلة مع الكمبيوتر؟ Okay. She went drive around for a very long. She will not drive for a very long time because of using the technology, the Internet of Things. And if, like Tom, you use an electronic vehicle, then it will be easy for you to find a charging station, and then plug your car in the as soon as you need to charge your car, and then Tom can shopping without any worry. Also, Alex going to the cinema, for example, and then it's quite easy for him to cross the street safely because also for the technology used by Internet of Things. Waste collection companies know how food containers are in the real time. And then within sensors, we can manage automatic watering system and detect leaks. Another application or trend in the Internet of Things, no need to read water or electricity meters because consumption figures will be available in real time, and this also saves the resources. If an accident, for example, also occurs, an alert goes out immediately, and then the police maybe can use an immediate action, so drivers can receive warnings on other GPS on connected road signs. Also, traffic lights can adjust so to regulate traffic flows or prevent traffic jams. A smart environment then also can provide a video controlling, remote controlling for many devices in our life, smart cities, and some other applications that we will discuss for a short while. So the ICT industry is witnessing a rapid development that have led to what is known as the ICT industry, fourth industrial revolution. This revolution has an impact on this development, has gone beyond organizations and reached not only organizations but also individuals. Especially with the massive amount of data flowing through network and the evolution of technologies for data transmission, storage, analysis, artificial intelligence, and object control. As a result of the development of cloud computing services and the transition from the concept of Internet of Things with the focus on physical devices only. هذا كان البوينتر ما بيشتغلش على الشاشة الإلكترونية ولا إيش؟ أنتوا تتابعوا هنا وأنا عليها. Which are accessed via the internet to the Internet of Everything, where data process things and people are connected through smart communication technologies and applications. So the main topics in the presentation included cloud computing, fog computing, and Internet of Things for sure, and then Internet of Things. So we need to go through these concepts briefly. In cloud computing, instead of personal computer or local server, a network distance server hosted on the internet may be used to host, administrate, and process data, termed cloud computing. It moves computing all. We have seen our supercomputers shrink down from the size of buildings into devices we wear in our pockets, cognitive appendage that extend our intelligence and cognition beyond its acquisition boundaries. So in our first phases that we witness, we have seen the standalone computers, and then the web, and then the cloud, and then the cloud plus Internet of Things. Issues and challenges. Cloud computing has evolved as the main platform for storing and processing massive volumes of data during the previous decade. It has extended into a variety of areas, including healthcare, education, real estate, banking, and manufacturing. Instead of storing data on local devices, businesses send it to the cloud directly. Specific concerns have been found for each services model, most of which are related to security, for example, data security and integrity, network security, and then privacy, example, data confidentiality, and service level agreements, which may deter certain potential customers. There are also certain inherent issues with cloud computing, such as the relativity, high cost, scalability, length latency or delay, bandwidth limits, mobility support, location awareness, and reliability. Cloud computing as a centralized system can execute a wide range of calculation operations and services. However, for large volume of data, network bandwidth might be a significant problem for cloud computing, and then as a result, there is a significant amount of delay. When we see from one point of view for the cloud computing and Internet of Things, cloud computing services are used in a variety of IoT-related applications, such as teaching and learning, services for small and medium-sized businesses, smart cities, manufacturing, emerging recovery, and other human resource administration, e-governments, remote forensics, hospitality business, and the Internet of Cars. And both remote forensics and the Internet of Cars, we have listened to our guests, respected speakers from Japan and USA. The Internet of Things. The definition originally referred to uniquely identifiable, interpretable, and connected objects enabled by radio frequency identification technology. Sensors, actuators, GPS devices, and mobile devices were then connected to it. It can also be defined as a collection of interconnected technologies that provide a new and exciting solutions and services. The potential benefit of IoT are almost limitless, and new IoT applications emerge on a daily basis. Consider millions of sensors linked together and tons of data, زي ما ذكرت دكتور عبد العزيز extracted from these sensors. It has a potential to extract and analyze these data and apply it to automated process for a variety of applications. And we can see here as the low latency requirements is important and needed. And then there is an increase for bandwidth also requirements due to the applications that applied by or utilized by the Internet of Things technology, such as automated e-calling, multiple person video calling, and virtual reality. Of course, all of us have heard a few days ago about the metaverse, which is speak also about virtual reality and trying to move the concept of social networks to another concept. Okay, also these are another applications that are used, for example, drone delivery, robotic surgery, robots for manufacturing, shopping online, industrial technology, IoT smart homes, and then self-driving cars. But there is an issue here, which is very important. Current research is focused on rising for the decentralizations of communication networks, because the main problem for IoT and cloud computing is centralized processes. Improving the quality of service and meeting real-time processing requirements of data. Fog computing has emerged as a solution to eliminate the challenges facing cloud computing, such as delay and bottleneck, by moving the management of storing and processing data to the network's edges. That's in turn provide better opportunities to create an advanced Internet of Things environment, which is which variable smart the devices or services. Network decentralizations, new and emerging IoT applications necessitate a platform which distinct characteristics with the distinct characteristics. Although the cloud architecture appears to be effective for Internet of Things applications, it is not universally beneficial due to the latency and disruptive coverage restrictions caused by lack of enough network decentralization. So cloud and Internet of Things main challenges here, they are latency constrained applications such as online gaming and video interfacing, among others. High-speed smart applications such as vehicle-to-vehicle communication, smart rail, and so on. Large-scale geo-distributed control systems such as smart transportation, intelligent traffic, and signal light systems. And then large-scale, and also compromise large-scale environmental monitoring devices. To handle the massive amount of data created by IoT, fog computing assess and support the cloud. Here, we can consider big data is defined as having 3 dimensions: volume, velocity, and variety. But with fog computing, we are adding the 4th dimension for this data. So, fog computing, the main distinction between it and cloud computing is the ability to enable location awareness. The geo-distribution of various smart gadgets is the 4th dimension. The term fog refers to a distributed smart platform near to the user's end that is capable of distributed networking and resource storage. To communicate with end devices, it employs a localized computing paradigm rather than routing data across the entire internet backbone. Fog is an intermediary layer that improves dependability while decreasing latency. Main trends in fog computing, applications that demand extremely low and predictable latency. The cloud liberates the user from many implementation specifics, including exact knowledge of where computations or storage occurs. And then when latency is a premium, this freedom from choice, which is beneficial in many instances, becomes a problem. For example, gaming, video conferencing, and then geographically disappeared applications like pipeline monitoring, sensor networks to monitor the environment, and then quickly available mobile applications such as smart connected vehicles, connected rails, and then distributed control systems on a large-scale smart grid connection or smart grid, connected rail, smart traffic light systems. Fog simply is an extension of cloud computing. It functions as a bridge between the network's edge and the cloud. Although storage, computing, and networking are the primary resources for both fog and cloud, fog has certain features such as location awareness and edge location that provide geographical distribution and low latency. Additionally, there are a large number of nodes. This contrasts this cloud with support real-time interaction and mobility. So this figure illustrates that in edge at the higher level, we have the cloud for data centers. We have thousands of data centers. At the second level, we have fog nodes. We have millions of fog nodes, while the edges are the smart devices, sensors, and actuators that the IoT uses. So with cloud and fog edge computing, we can benefit or utilize the Internet of Things or of everything. Fog computing avoids sorting data in large-scale data centers. It provides substantial measurements, control, and configuration at or near the end user. This is in turn enables new Internet of Everything's IoE applications that requires real-time, predictable latency, and provide densely distributed data collection sites. IoT refers to a web-based development in which people, process, data, and things are interacted via the Internet using various means such as rapid devices, barcodes, wireless systems using Bluetooth or Wi-Fi, and QR codes. It's a network of networks in which billions of connections created unparalleled opportunities and challenges. You can here see the movement and the increased number of users among years. Start from 1995, it was a fixed number of users to millions of people at the 2020 using the Internet of Things. Internet of Things has been defined by Cisco system as a collection of a relationship formed from the connections of people, process, data, and things. And then it supports the creation of new services based on the Internet of Things, fog, and cloud computing paradigms to improve residents' quality of life, establishing a significant reliance on them. From this figure, we can see the relationship between these three major concepts. The Internet of Things, IoT, is the lowest level. The various resources constrained devices, example sensors and actuators, gathered data, and then the IoT layer is then followed by the fog computing layer, where data is collected and processed, and then finally at the top layer there is cloud computing, which allows data to be stored and analyzed. Thus, fog computing is the most modern and least researched of the three paradigms included in the Internet of Things: IoT, fog, and cloud. IoE connects even animals and trees, making our planet smarter and connected. Limitations like speed and capacity will be forgotten. Internet of Everything's connectivity management through artificial intelligence, knowing everything about everything. One of the applications or trends that attracted me was the body area network, which leads to the development of the concept of Internet of Me, IOM, where any person is connected to the web, connected to the real life in a better way, to the doctor, to the home, to every single thing that you may imagine to make the life better. So the Internet of Me refers to a subset of personalized internet that gathers and processes personalized information for a given use from the entire internet. And then the goal of IOM is delivering a personalized web experience. The experience could be a search results, receiving the news that a user like or receiving personalized medical care. However, the main challenges of Internet of Things are just the challenges that facing any other network. Security, privacy, and reliability will play a major role in the success of this technology, as it does, as I said, for any network. There is a need, or there needs to be close coordination and communication among these three key players to protect the privacy and the integrity of the information that is being shared on this global network. And I'm very sure that the researches that will be presented in this conference will help us to understand more about the Internet of Everything's applications and trends, as well as challenges. But at the end of my talk, let us do research, work together for a better world and for peace. And thank you so much. عادي ممكن أعيد بالعربي يعني.
Chance. Okay. Your chance.
Thank you, Dr. Fuad, for your presentation. I want to ask you about how we can aggregation information about vehicles as buses by using fog computing. That means I want to transmit aggregation information about vehicles, traffic, bus stops, a lot of information about vehicles to make computing for this information in cloud by using fog computing.
Of course, there is a lot of researches are done recently and also under process of development in order to develop the needed protocols to aggregate the data. Aggregation of the data is not the main problem. The main problem is extracting the useful information from these aggregated data. I think Dr. Marzari is going to present the state of the art in terms of IEEE researches related to the protocols developed to explain or to allow to facilitate the process of aggregation data and analyze them and extracting the useful information.
Another questions? Other questions?
Thank you for your explanation. So what is the difference between Internet of Things and Internet of Everything?
Internet of Things, as I mentioned, it focuses on the physical devices. And getting information from these physical devices only, and then continuing the process of aggregation data and analyzing them. Internet of Things now, it has three other dimensions: people, processings, things, and data.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions? Dr. Ghada.
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you for your presentation. It was interesting. I have one question regarding Yemen. Considering the challenges and our environment, how do you think that we can implement Internet of Things in our environment?
To be frank with you, before I started preparing my presentation, I asked myself, shall I talk about this topic? And then I decided, yes, go ahead. In the internet world, we are talking about a global environment. We are not alone here in this world. We have to go and we have to proceed, and we have, as academic sector, we have to do our duties toward the research, toward our country, toward the contribution for the scientific community in general in the world. However, I know what do you mean by your questions. The communication systems here in Yemen is still suffering from a lot of problems. Last year we had the first conference of e-learning, and then we had a good participation from the Ministry of Communication and IT. We discussed with them the problems related with the communication system in our country and challenges, problems they are facing because of the circumstances and the war in the country. But now there are a lot of applications that we are using in our life, daily life in Yemen. And maybe you have used the buying online. You buy something online. We have some banks. They have a very good applications such as mobile money. Tadamun Bank also, they have some other services. The majority of banks and money changers now, they are going through online banking and online money, mobile money. Maybe there is another service called Wajabat, Sahel Taxi. All of these services, they are mainly or can be considered as an IoT services. But we are still looking toward having a better communication services in our country.
Thank you. But what my question wasn't like insulting my country or something.
No, it's not insulting.
Yes,
that is the fact.
No, it's not only the fact. It's a fact that we have rich of resources or opportunities like gaps or here. So we can use this to make a benefit for our country for that.
Sure.
Thank you.
Sure. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Dr. Ghada. Thanks, Dr. Fuad. Any questions? Of just 5 minutes before the next speech from Dr. Arafat.
Thank you very much for your good presentation. Just I have one question. When I see the slide, you mean the internet of everything we have connected with the tree, if I understand, and the building. How we can connection with the tree? If there are any resources on the tree? Thank you.
If you just go to YouTube and then search on the applications that used for research and studying the environment, you will find that there are sensors equipped with have been fixed for the trees in order to study some environments, phenomena, and get some data from these trees, because sometimes you cannot go by yourself all the time. Even now with the Internet of Things, they are controlling the artificial raining. It's not difficult, or it's not impossible to utilize the Internet of Things for everything you can imagine.
Thanks, Dr. Fuad. Last questions before we transfer to the next speech from Dr. Arafat from.
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you, Dr. Fuad, for your presentation. My question is about the latency that you talk about in the Internet of Things. The big problem here is the latency, or something happened to the network. How can we solve this problem?
That's why fog computing has been emerged as a solution for the latency. The main reason for latency was because sending data to a centralized servers in the cloud. So making it easier, they have been moved to the edges using the concept of fog computing in order to make it faster and to avoid latency or a big delay. قال دكتور بلال اخر سؤال، بلال قد اخر سؤال حلقت علي انا يعني بلا سلام اللي اونلاين ما حد سالهم.
Thanks.
شكرا
جزيلا. Thank you very much.
First of all, we would like to thank Professor Dr. Fuad Hassan Abdulrazak for his lovely personality and for his precious speech that he has delivered. And now let's move and watch and listen a brief introduction about Rytix Solutions Company, and it's going to be delivered by Professor Dr. Mohammed Arafat Rahman, the CEO of Rytix Solutions Company from Malaysia.
Assalamu alaikum and good morning. I think it's good afternoon in Yemen. So can you listen me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. We can.
Okay. So today I'll try to talk about some brief idea about what I take and how we can get benefit. So the title of today's talk is Learn, Research Institutionally, and Be Professional Researcher. Okay, so RITech will basically work to develop you as a researcher. So I don't want to spend time by introducing myself because already they have introduced me. So I'm the advisor for RITech, and the motto of our RITech is Learn and Grow. Basically, as we know that research is not a straightforward thing. We are learning, we are facing a lot of difficulties. Those who are doing research for their masters, for the PhD, so basically they struggle a lot and learn research, okay? But what RITech will do, RITech is a platform. So in that platform, we will have plenty of researchers. That means we have academician. We called in the terminology of RITech is mentors, and we have a lot of mentees, those who will come and learn and develop their careers. Okay, so using this platform, you can learn research in your own domain because a big number of researchers will be available in your domain. You can check their work, you can get connect with them, and you can have a collaboration with them, and you can also learn with all the mentees that is also working with you. So it would be a good platform where you can gather knowledge, you can share knowledge, okay, and you can learn each other. So the mission of RITech is we trigger the opportunity to build up knowledge and broadening the skills through collaborating with the experts. Our vision is we will become a platform for potential technology who are committed to contribute for the development of humanity through technology. So let's see how RITech will work. There, in the beginning, I said there will be two parts of the membership in RITech. One will be the mentor, another will be the mentee. So the learning process, the learning opportunity will be applicable for mentor and for mentee as well. So those who are mentee, basically they are students, maybe someone about to finish their undergrad, or they are waiting for their final year thesis. Someone, they have already completed their bachelor degree. They are going for better admission in university. Someone is doing their master's, struggling for doing their master thesis, or someone is already doing their PhD or waiting for getting PhD, good opportunities. So these all are the categories they are under mentees. So nowadays, this world is very, very challenging, very much challenging. 10 years back, in order to secure a scholarship, a good position, good offer from a good university, only, good CGPA was good enough, okay? But nowadays, the scenario completely changed. When we select, being an academician, when I will select my PhD student, I'll not only see his score CGPA, but also I will see whether he or she is good, whether he or she has knowledge in research domain. So that's why what RITech will do, it will help them to shape up the student so that they know the primary knowledge of research. So all the mentors of RITech, what they will do, they will provide primary level of knowledge in their domain, then that would be free of charge. This information will be free. Okay, so mentee will get information from the mentors. Not only that, there will be a platform where mentee will also get connected with other mentees, with other successful mentees. For example, there are some students, let's say, who is very good in big data science. He knows a lot of tools in big data. So that student can share his knowledge with other mentees. So in this way, they can develop and they can move forward. The other section is mentor. In mentor, we classified mentor in 3 categories. One is mentor who just finished his PhD, maybe doing postdoc, developing his career. Another is senior mentor who already finished his initial struggling period and working as an academician. And then we will have advisor, those who are senior professor or who has very good skill in this research domain, who is one of the pioneer of this research domain. So the mentor will be guided by the senior mentors. So definitely we will create some cluster where, you know, inside this cluster, there will be a hierarchy. So in this way, okay, a mentee can get connected, not only his surroundings, but also get help from mentors, advisor, and senior mentor. So on the other hand, the mentor will get benefit from the senior mentor. He will know how to develop his career. For example, once I will be a young researcher, I need to publish a high impact journal. So how can I do this? I can get benefit from my senior who already struggled this period. And let's say how I can do a lot of activities. You know, research is not only publication. You have to secure grant. You need to do a lot of editorial activities, okay, and so on. So these things are not, you know, easy tasks. So what RITech will do, RITech will guide you step by step so that you can be a professional researcher. So this is the theme of RITech. Okay, we will provide primary level of education towards research in your domain, will be free of cost. Okay, so we have a lot of main focus, where one of the focus point is mentoring program. As I said that throughout this mentoring program, we will develop our you know, young scientists, young researchers, so that they can get a clear path and they can you know, move forward. Okay, and research is very interesting things if you understand it. If you don't understand it, then it will be boring, you know. So RITech will shape up all these things and introduce a lot of interesting features so that you love research and you can move forward. Another important thing RITech will do, like this conference, we will organize lots of conference throughout the world, okay, to gather our young scientists, young researcher, and to connect this researcher with RITech advisor, RITech mentors, okay, so that they can get a lot of ideas. Like today, we have received a lot of keynote speaker, renowned keynote speaker from worldwide. So this conference will give you this opportunity, okay. And what RITech will do after finishing this conference, okay, if you check our website, we mentioned that the selected paper will be submitted for a series of journals. So what we will do, unlike the traditional conference, we will have a workshop and we will guide you how you can move forward this conference paper to the journal. We will give a workshop and we will announce these things. I hope those who are interested, they will fill up our form, okay? And we can make another successful workshop, and that workshop will be free of cost. So our main vision is to develop researcher, and once you guys will be a researcher, that would be our main intention. RITEC also working for a lot of journals and book series. So we are working. Our platform is already ready. So we will give a short overview, and you can see. And then we also work for academic modifications. That means a lot of students, they're struggling. They don't know how to. They have done a very interesting task. They solve the problem, but they don't know how to present their work. And due to the poor presentation, you got a lot of rejection. So what our RITEC mentors, they will help you to enhance these skills. So we will do editing, we will do some proofreading by the native speakers, and we will try to help and make it in a good shape, okay? And we will organize a lot of events, meet professionals in your desired area, and enjoy world-class content. We will have e-learning platform, so where you will get a lot of information in your research domain. So we have really good vision to move forward. We really need your support from mentee side. That means the student, those who are listening my speech, they can join with RITEC, okay? And those who are as a mentor level, they can also join with us and help for our young researchers. So now we already have some collaboration with University of Wolverhampton. We have also collaboration. We already signed our MOU with Sana Community College, Fordham University in USA. We have collaboration with United International University Bangladesh and University of Science and Technology and another Chinese university. So we are working forward. We are working to sign a lot of MOU and MOA with world-recognized universities and industry, so that we can help our mentees, we can help our mentors to develop their research path. So let's have a look the overview and check this video. Then I will keep a good amount of time for Q&A. I hope you guys will ask me some questions, then I can explain you better. Okay, so let's have a look at this video.
I think there is no sound.
There is disconnection for the sound. Could you, Doctor, could you please check the sound of the your?
Can you get the sound now?
Yes, 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 yes.
Should I play it from the beginning? Just small. Or it's okay?
Yeah, okay. Okay.
Okay, so you can get some ideas from the video, short video, what kind of support we can do. And we would like to request you, please contact us, visit our website, email us, and if you go our website, you can log in, do the registration as a mentee. If you are a student, if you don't have PhD degree, if you have a PhD degree, you can log in as a mentor. Okay, finish the registration, and we love to work together. We want to grow together. Okay, that's why the motto of our organization is learn and grow. That's all from my side. So now the floor is open for Q&A.
Thank you, Dr. Arafat. And for any questions for Dr. Arafat from any audience or IT? Dr. Ghada.
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you, Doctor, for your presentation. I have one question. Do you provide funds for researchers? And what about the infrastructure?
Well, that is a very good question. Thanks for asking me this question. Basically, RITech is a platform which will provide the connections. We are not directly provide you fund, but indirectly, yes, because our mentors, since they are highly capable, they all have their own funding grant. So through the RITech platform, you will get to know where the funding opportunities available. So indirectly, yes, RITech helping to get you connect with the proper person where you can secure your fund. Thank you for your question.
Thank you, Dr. Arafat. Thank you, Dr. Ghada. Any question more? Or we go to the break? Thank you, Dr. Arafat. No any more questions for you?
Is there any question from the online?
From online? Okay. Open online chat.
Jafar, yeah, there is a question from Jafar. Bro,
yeah.
Is there a cost to continue with your organization as a mentee? No, free. It's free.
No. Everything is free. Everything is free. Our main aim is to help the people so that they can develop their research career. Thank you.
Yeah, yeah. Can I add? We can invite all researchers from Yemen to register as a mentor or as a mentee based on their degree, as Associate Professor Dr. Arafat said that who has a PhD, he can go for a mentor, and who don't have a PhD yet, he can go for a mentee. And we can you can create your portal there. You can create your collaboration, and you can create your connection with the researchers around all the world.
Yeah, and if you have a good number of mentee and mentor there, then we will try to create a chapter in Yemen, so that we can make it under the searchlight and we can work together. Okay.
How to get a scholarship? There is a question, Nazmos. How to get scholarship?
It's the similar question that just few seconds ago asked. We have, as I told you, we are selecting our mentor. They are highly skilled and highly professional, and all of the mentors, they have some house grants and opportunity. So you can get connection with them, and that is why you can secure the scholarship. And RITech will develop you so that you can achieve your scholarship. For example, our RITech mentee, one of the mentee, he got just recently, he stood first position for Erasmus Mundus scholarship throughout the world. Okay, so he secured, and RITech working to develop his career path. We also develop my other students career, so they can secure a scholarship in Canada, they can secure a scholarship in New Zealand. So that is our main objective, main way we are looking forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Arafat. Now we go to the break. Before the break, now break, and after that at 1:30 o'clock we go to the parallel sessions for researcher presentation and discussions. Okay, thank you very much. الآن معنا الآن بريك، صلاة بريك، وبعده إن شاء الله الساعة 1:30 حيكون في عندنا عرض للأبحاث ومناقشتها في القاعات الثلاث. في هذه القاعة حيكون في مناقشة لبرر سيشن 1، وفي قاعات مركز إشارات في الدور الثاني. في الدور الثالث حيكون في برضه 2 sessions for paper presentation and discussion. After that, tomorrow we have received 2 keynote speech from USA and UK, and after that parallel session from 10-hour clock and to 12-hour clock, and finally we go to the ceremony for this events. Okay.
أنا معزوم غدا عندكم ولا لا؟ معزوم غدا أجي عندكم غدا؟
يوجد وجبة غداء خفيفة، وطبعا في استراحة فوق للأخوات والكل.
هناك استراحة خاصة فوق في
الدور الأول، في الدور الأول تماما، وتكون وجبة البريك لا عندهم إن شاء الله. وبالنسبة للشباب المصلى تحت، ووجبة البريك بعد الصلاة. وأيضا نحرص جميعا لأنه بيكون في تحضير وفي شهادة مشاركة. وشكرا لكم جميعا.
والأونلاين مع جمعي غدا أنا.
والأونلاين على طول نعمل بتكون. سفري.
أيوه سلام.
شغل الفيلم. الأونلاين ممكن يتابعوا معنا فيلم الجامعة. شغل. يا أستاذ مهندس فؤاد ممكن؟
ما في صوت.
من البداية. أكرم مير.
وجود جامعات حيوية في أي شعب تعد مؤشراً على وجود هذا الشعب ذاته على هذه الأرض. جامعة العلوم والتكنولوجيا هي أقدم الجامعات الأهلية في اليمن. فكرتها بدأت ككلية وطنية كانت النواة والبذرة لجامعة عملاقة، وذلك منذ أكثر من ربع قرن من الزمن. قدمت خلالها الجامعة وما زالت تقدم تجربة تعليمية رائدة تتجسد فيها آمال الطلبة بغد مشرق واعد. فبرامجها متنوعة وتنافسية تستحث العقول وتشجع الإبداع والبحث العلمي عبر مجالات وخبرات عديدة ومتنوعة.
سعت جامعة العلوم والتكنولوجيا منذ بدايتها الأولى أن تسهم في دعم توجه الدولة في التعليم العالي والبحث العلمي والتخفيف على الجامعات الحكومية، بشرط أن تتوفر الجودة التي لسبب أو لآخر لم يتوفر في الجامعات الحكومية، فأنشئت قبل حوالي ربع قرن تغطي هذه الاحتياجات، والتزمت بوظائف الجامعة الثلاث أكاديميا وفي البحث العلمي وفي خدمة المجتمع، وهذا قل نظيره في الجامعات الأخرى.
أن تتميز جامعة العلوم والتكنولوجيا وتتبوأ مقاعد متقدمة في التصنيفات الإقليمية والمحلية والدولية يعد نتاجا لتميزها على مستوى المدخلات والعمليات ومن ثم المخرجات. جامعة العلوم والتكنولوجيا تبنت وطبقت نموذج للجودة منذ نشأتها، وأعدت استراتيجيتها الأولى واستراتيجيتها الثانية بهدف تحقيق التميز والريادة. جامعة العلوم والتكنولوجيا يعني تحقق التميز بشكل مستمر. على سبيل المثال فيما يتعلق بالكليات، كلية العلوم الإدارية
وجود جامعات حيوية في أي شعب تعد مؤشرا على وجود هذا الشعب ذاته على هذه الأرض. جامعة العلوم والتكنولوجيا هي أقدم الجامعات الأهلية في اليمن. فكرتها بدأت ككلية وطنية كانت النواة والبذرة لجامعة عملاقة، وذلك منذ أكثر من ربع قرن من الزمن. قدمت خلالها الجامعة وما زالت تقدم تجربة تعليمية رائدة وجود جامعات حيوية في أي شعب تعد مؤشرا على وجود هذا الشعب ذاته على هذه الأرض. جامعة العلوم والتكنولوجيا هي أقدم الجامعات الأهلية في اليمن. فكرتها بدأت ككلية وطنية كانت النواة والبذرة لجامعة عملاقة، وذلك منذ أكثر من ربع قرن من الزمن. قدمت خلالها الجامعة وما زالت تقدم تجربة تعليمية رائدة تتجسد فيها آمال الطلبة بغد مشرق واعد. فبرامجها متنوعة وتنافسية تستحث العقول وتشجع الإبداع والبحث العلمي عبر مجالات وخبرات عديدة ومتنوعة.
سعت جامعة العلوم والتكنولوجيا منذ بدايتها الأولى أن تسهم في دعم توجه الدولة التعليم العالي والبحث العلمي والتخفيف على الجامعات الحكومية بشرط أن تتوفر الجودة التي لسبب أو لآخر لم يتوفر في الجامعات الحكومية، فأنشئت قبل حوالي ربع قرن تغطي هذه الاحتياجات، والتزمت بوظائف الجامعة الثلاث أكاديميا وفي البحث العلمي وفي خدمة المجتمع، وهذا قل نظيره في الجامعات الأخرى.
أن تتميز جامعة العلوم والتكنولوجيا وتتبوأ مقاعد متقدمة في التصنيفات الإقليمية والمحلية والدولية يعد نتاجا لتميزها على مستوى المدخلات والعمليات ومن ثم المخرجات. جامعة العلوم والتكنولوجيا تبنت وطبقت نموذج للجودة منذ نشأتها، وأعدت استراتيجيتها الأولى واستراتيجيتها الثانية بهدف تحقيق التميز والريادة. جامعة العلوم والتكنولوجيا يعني تحقق التميز بشكل مستمر. على سبيل المثال فيما يتعلق بالكليات، كلية العلوم الإدارية حصلت على العضوية، أول عضوية في الهيئة القومية الأمريكية لتطوير كليات إدارة الأعمال، يعني وبذلك تعد أول جامعة يمنية وأول كلية في اليمن حصلت على هذه العضوية هي كلية العلوم الإدارية في إطار جامعة العلوم والتكنولوجيا، وتعد واحدة من 10 جامعات على المستوى الإقليمي التي حصلت على العضوية.
في مسيرتها استطاعت الجامعة أن تحقق مراكز متقدمة، فهي الأولى يمنياً في الحصول على عضوية اتحاد الجامعات العربية. حصلت على جائزة التميز للعام 2009 و2013 كأفضل جامعة يمنية، وفي العام 2011 استحقت الجامعة جائزة الإبداع والتميز على مستوى الجامعة العربية. كما حصلت الجامعة على المرتبة الأولى محلياً في تقييم دليل مؤسسة التعليم العالي في 2014، بالإضافة إلى حصول كلية العلوم الإدارية على المركز الأول في مسابقة الجامعة لريادة الأعمال والتي نظمتها مؤسسة رواد. وحصل المجمع الطبي التابع لكلية الطب والعلوم الصحية على المركز الأول على مستوى المراكز الطبية بأمانة العاصمة. تقدم كليات جامعة العلوم والتكنولوجيا برامج أكاديمية ومتنوعة في المجالات التطبيقية النظرية على المستوى الجامعي ومستوى الدراسات العليا والدكتوراه، مع باقة متنوعة من الأساتذة المتميزين.
تقدم الجامعة برامج متعددة تلبي احتياجات العمل ومتطلبات السوق المتطورة والمتحدثة على طول الفترة السابقة، حيث فتحت الجامعة وكان لها السبق في فتح برامج مثل طب الأسنان على مستوى اليمن أو الهندسة الطبية أو الجرافيكس وغيرها من البرامج. تقدم الجامعة 35 برنامج على مستوى دراسة البكالوريوس و13 برنامج على مستوى الماجستير وبرنامجان على مستوى الدكتوراه.
مما تفخر به الجامعة فرع الطالبات، والذي يعد جامعة مستقلة مجهزة بأحدث التجهيزات، ويدار بكوادر نسائية يراعي خصوصية المجتمع اليمني، ويحتوي على كافة التخصصات التطبيقية والنظرية.
وجود فرع للطالبات هذا أوجد طمأنينة وراحة لدى الطالبة وولي أمرها، فلذلك هناك بيئة تعليمية ملائمة للفتاة، بحيث أنه ولي الأمر حتى ولو هو مغترب مطمئن أن ابنته تدرس في جو تعليمي مناسب جدا، في جو غير مختلط.
بالرغم من الصعوبات التي واجهتنا في العام 2020، إلا أن الجامعة استطاعت أن تتغلب على هذه المعوقات، وقامت بافتتاح مبنى جديد مجاور لفرع الطالبات لتلبية التوسع في المتطلبات التعليمية، وتم فيه افتتاح مركز للغات، وأيضا تلبية الاحتياجات المتزايدة من قاعات ومراسم ومعامل.
يتابع الطلبة دراستهم في بيئة علمية تحفز التعلم والمثابرة لدعم رحلتهم للبحث عن المعرفة المتطورة وتحقيق الذات عبر الخيارات المتنوعة والفرص المتاحة لصقل القدرات وتطوير المهارات. ولتسهيل هذه المهمة تعمل الجامعة على تقديم أفضل المصادر المؤسسية والأنظمة الإلكترونية والتقنيات المتطورة لتوفير التعليم الأفضل وتهيئة الظروف الملائمة لإنتاج الطاقة البشرية من الكوادر الوطنية المؤهلة تأهيلاً علمياً ونفسياً واجتماعياً عالياً. لذلك يعتبر قبول الطلبة في جامعة العلوم والتكنولوجيا خطوة أولى في رحلة شيقة من اكتشاف الذات وتطوير مهاراتها عبر البحث والمعرفة والتنافس للوصول إلى الامتياز وحيازة الخبرات التي ستعمل على إعدادهم للحياة العملية المشرقة ذات آفاق واسعة بعد تخرجهم من الجامعة.
حريص في جامعة العلوم والتكنولوجيا على ضمان جودة البرامج الأكاديمية وفقا لمعايير مجلس الاعتماد الأكاديمي والمخرجات الوطنية النارس. وأنجزنا خلال العام الماضي دليل تطوير البرامج الأكاديمية والمبني على تقييم المخرجات وفقا لأحدث وسائل التقييم والمراجعة، وقد تم تطوير أكثر من 7 برامج أكاديمية خلال العام الجامعي 2021، ونستهدف خلال العام القادم تطوير أكثر من 10 برامج بكالوريوس وماجستير، وبحسب معايير التطوير وبما يواكب احتياجات سوق العمل. كما نستهدف الحصول على الاعتماد البرامجي الخاص بعدد 6 برامج أكاديمية خلال هذا العام، وعلى رأسها اعتماد برنامج الطب والجراحة.
بنت الجامعة جسرا بدأته بالريادة، فكان لها فروع في العديد من محافظات الجمهورية اليمنية، وتأمل في أن تمد هذا الجسر إلى عموم المحافظات في عالم صارت المعرفة أغلى كنوزه، والمعلومات هي أرقى اقتصادياته.
جامعة العلوم والتكنولوجيا تقدم خدماتها منذ نشأتها، وقد أنشأت العديد من الفروع لتقديم خدماتها في المحافظات، بالإضافة أيضا إلى إنشاء كليات المجتمع التي تشرف عليها جامعة العلوم والتكنولوجيا، فأنشأت العديد من الكليات التي تقدم الخدمات في مجال التعليم المهني في محافظة دمار وعمران والحديدة، وأنشأت أخيرا كلية المجتمع في باجل، إضافة إلى المراكز الاستشارية التي تقدم خدمات التدريب والاستشارات، ومنها مركز الاستشارات ومركز اللغات والحاسوب والمركز الطبي، بالإضافة إلى المراكز الموجودة في الكليات، كليات الهندسة، المراكز المتواجدة في كلية الهندسة التي تقدم خدماتها للطلاب وللمجتمع بحسب التخصصات، بالإضافة أيضا إلى مراكز الموجودة في كلية الطب وكلية الصيدلة، بالإضافة أيضا إلى المركز الإعلامي الذي يقدم خدماته للجامعة وللسوق الخارجي. هذه الخدمات التي تقدمها جامعة العلوم والتكنولوجيا من خلال الفروع وكليات المجتمع والمراكز الاستشارية والتنمية.
يطول بنا الشرح عن الحديث عن إنجازات الجامعة في الفترة السابقة، وسنكتفي بسرد موجز لإنجازات الجامعة خلال العام 2020-2021. على مستوى البنية التحتية، قامت الجامعة بتوسعة فرع الطالبات من خلال إضافة مبنى جديد كقاعات دراسية إضافية ومركزا للغات الدولي للبنات. كما قامت الجامعة بتحديث جديد للعيادات الخارجية وشراء أجهزة طبية إضافية كجهاز البانوراما وجهاز التعقيم المركزي وجهاز 3D. ومن الإنجازات في البنية التحتية، قامت الجامعة بإعادة تأهيل كراسي الأسنان في كلية طب الأسنان بنين، إضافة إلى تجهيز معمل فانتوم جديد. كلية الهندسة من الكليات العلمية المهمة والتي تفخر بها الجامعة، هي الأخرى كان لها حظ من الإنجازات خلال عام 2020، ومنها افتتاح معامل هندسة الميكانترونكس، والذي شهد افتتاحه رئيس الوزراء ووزير التعليم العالي والبحث العلمي. لم تقتصر إنجازات الجامعة على رئاستها وأمانتها العامة أو على عمادات كلياتها المختلفة، فلطلبتها إنجازات كثيرة ومتعددة خلال العام 2020 جديرة بالذكر والإشادة. منها حصول الطالب الخريج الدكتور محمد فضل المهتدي على المركز الأول في اختبارات القبول في الزمالة البريطانية، ومنها حصول طالبات إدارة الأعمال على المركز الأول في مسابقة ريادة الأعمال اليمنية. وأما طالبات كلية الحاسبات فقد حصلن على المركز الأول في مسابقة سياتكس. كما حصلت طالبات الجرافيكس على مراكز متقدمة في المسابقة العربية في التصميم والتي تنظمها الجامعة العربية في بيروت.
لن يغيب اليمن عن خارطة إبداع الشباب العربي، ومن اليمن فاز وبكل شطارة بين 1000 طالب و13 دولة بجائزة أولى عن فكرة التصميم الهيكلي سندس السندار من
ستظل جامعة العلوم والتكنولوجيا منارة للعلم والمعرفة، وتظل مسيرتها مستمرة في الإسهام في تحقيق الرؤية الوطنية وتحقيق الازدهار وفتح الأبواب لمستقبل أفضل.
جامعة العلوم والتكنولوجيا،
الطريق إلى مستقبل أفضل. وجود جامعة حيوية في أي شعب تعد مؤشراً على وجود هذا الشعب ذاته على هذه الأرض. جامعة العلوم والتكنولوجيا هي أقدم الجامعات الأهلية في اليمن. فكرتها بدأت ككلية وطنية كانت النواة والبذرة لجامعة عملاقة، وذلك منذ أكثر من ربع قرن من الزمن. قدمت خلالها الجامعة وما زالت تقدم تجربة تعليمية رائدة تتجسد فيها آمال الطلبة بغد مشرق واعد، فبرامجها متنوعة وتنافسية تستحث العقول وتشجع الإبداع والبحث العلمي عبر مجالات وخبرات عديدة ومتنوعة.
سعت جامعة العلوم والتكنولوجيا منذ بدايتها الأولى أن تسهم في دعم توجه الدولة في التعليم العالي والبحث العلمي والتخفيف على الجامعات الحكومية، بشرط أن تتوفر الجودة التي لسبب أو لآخر لم يتوفر في الجامعات الحكومية، فأنشئت قبل حوالي ربع قرن تغطي هذه الاحتياجات، والتزمت بوظائف الجامعة الثلاث أكاديميا في البحث العلمي وفي خدمة المجتمع، وهذا قل نظيره في الجامعات الأخرى.
أن تتميز جامعة العلوم والتكنولوجيا وتتبوأ مقاعد متقدمة في التصنيفات الإقليمية والمحلية والدولية، يعد نتاجا لتميزها على مستوى المدخلات والعمليات ومن ثم المخرجات. جامعة العلوم والتكنولوجيا تبنت وطبقت نموذج للجودة منذ نشأتها، وأعدت استراتيجيتها الأولى واستراتيجيتها الثانية بهدف تحقيق التميز والريادة. جامعة العلوم والتكنولوجيا يعني تحقق التميز بشكل مستمر. على سبيل المثال فيما يتعلق بالكليات، كلية العلوم الإدارية حصلت على العضوية، أول عضوية في الهيئة القومية الأمريكية لتطوير كليات إدارة الأعمال، يعني وبذلك تعد أول جامعة يمنية وأول كلية في اليمن حصلت على هذه العضوية هي كلية العلوم الإدارية في إطار جامعة العلوم والتكنولوجيا، وتعد واحدة من 10 جامعات على المستوى الإقليمي التي حصلت على العضوية.
في مسيرتها استطاعت الجامعة أن تحقق مراكز متقدمة، فهي الأولى يمنياً في الحصول على عضوية اتحاد الجامعات العربية. حصلت على جائزة التميز للعام 2009 و2013 كأفضل جامعة يمنية. وفي العام 2011 استحقت الجامعة جائزة الإبداع والتميز على مستوى الجامعات العربية. كما حصلت الجامعة على المرتبة الأولى محلياً في تقييم دليل مؤسسة التعليم العالي في 2014، بالإضافة إلى حصول كلية العلوم الإدارية على المركز الأول في مسابقة الجامعة لريادة الأعمال والتي نظمتها مؤسسة رواد. وحصل المجمع الطبي التابع لكلية الطب والعلوم الصحية على المركز الأول على مستوى المراكز الطبية بأمانة العاصمة. تقدم كليات جامعة العلوم والتكنولوجيا برامج أكاديمية ومتنوعة في المجالات التطبيقية النظرية على المستوى الجامعي ومستوى الدراسات العليا والدكتوراه، مع باقة متنوعة من الأساتذة المتميزين.
تقدم الجامعة برامج متعددة تلبي احتياجات العمل ومتطلبات السوق المتطورة والمتحدثة على طول الفترة السابقة، حيث فتحت الجامعة وكان لها السبق في فتح برامج مثل طب الأسنان على مستوى اليمن أو الهندسة الطبية أو الجرافيكس وغيرها من البرامج. تقدم الجامعة 35 برنامج على مستوى دراسة البكالوريوس و13 برنامج على مستوى الماجستير وبرنامجان على مستوى الدكتوراه.
مما تفخر به الجامعة فرع الطالبات، والذي يعد جامعة مستقلة مجهزة بأحدث التجهيزات، ويدار بكوادر نسائية يراعي خصوصية المجتمع اليمني، ويحتوي على كافة التخصصات التطبيقية والنظرية.
وجود فرع للطالبات هذا أوجد طمأنينية وراحة لدى الطالبة وولي أمرها، فلذلك هناك بيئة تعليمية ملائمة للفتاة، بحيث أنه ولي الأمر حتى ولو هو مغترب مطمئن أن ابنته تدرس في جو تعليمي مناسب جدا، في جو غير مختلط.
بالرغم من الصعوبات التي واجهتنا في العام 2020 إلا أن الجامعة استطاعت أن تتغلب على هذه المعوقات، وقامت بافتتاح مبنى جديد مجاور لفرع الطالبات لتلبية التوسع في المتطلبات التعليمية، وتم فيه افتتاح مركز للغات، وأيضا تلبية الاحتياجات المتزايدة من قاعات ومراسم ومعامل.
يتابع الطلبة دراستهم في بيئة علمية تحفز التعلم هذه المهمة. تعمل الجامعة على تقديم أفضل المصادر المؤسسية والأنظمة الإلكترونية والتقنيات المتطورة لتوفير التعليم الأفضل وتهيئة الظروف الملائمة لإنتاج الطاقة البشرية من الكوادر الوطنية المؤهلة تأهيلاً علمياً ونفسياً واجتماعياً عالياً. لذلك يعتبر قبول الطلبة في جامعة العلوم والتكنولوجيا خطوة أولى في رحلة شيقة من اكتشاف الذات وتطوير مهاراتها عبر البحث والمعرفة والتنافس للوصول إلى الامتياز وحيازة الخبرات التي ستعمل على إعدادهم للحياة العملية المشرقة ذات آفاق واسعة بعد تخرجهم من الجامعة.
حريص في جامعة العلوم والتكنولوجيا على ضمان جودة البرامج الأكاديمية وفقا لمعايير مجلس الاعتماد الأكاديمي والمخرجات الوطنية النافذة. وأنجزنا خلال العام الماضي دليل تطوير البرامج الأكاديمية والمبني على تقييم المخرجات وفقا لأحدث وسائل التقييم والمراجعة، وقد تم تطوير أكثر من 7 برامج أكاديمية خلال العام الجامعي 2021، ونستهدف خلال العام القادم تطوير أكثر من 10 برامج بكالوريوس وماجستير، وبحسب معايير التطوير وبما يواكب احتياجات سوق العمل. كما نستهدف الحصول على الاعتماد البرامجي الخاص بعدد 6 برامج أكاديمية خلال هذا العام، وعلى رأسها اعتماد برنامج الطب والجراحة.
بنت الجامعة جسراً بدأته بالريادة، فكان لها فروع في العديد من محافظات الجمهورية اليمنية، وتأمل في أن تمد هذا الجسر إلى عموم المحافظات في عالم صارت المعرفة أغلى كنوزه والمعلومات هي أرقى اقتصادياته.
جامعة العلوم والتكنولوجيا تقدم خدماتها منذ نشأتها، وقد أنشأت العديد من الفروع لتقديم خدماتها في المحافظات، بالإضافة أيضا إلى إنشاء كليات المجتمع التي تشرف عليها جامعة العلوم والتكنولوجيا. فأنشأت العديد من الكليات التي تقدم الخدمات في مجال التعليم المهني في محافظة دمار وعمران والحديدة، وأنشأت أخيرا كلية المجتمع في باجل، إضافة إلى المراكز الاستشارية التي تقدم خدمات التدريب والاستشارات، ومنها مركز الاستشارات ومركز اللغات والحاسوب والمركز الطبي، بالإضافة إلى المراكز الموجودة في الكليات، كليات الهندسة، المراكز المتواجدة في كلية الهندسة التي تقدم خدماتها للطلاب وللمجتمع بحسب التخصصات، بالإضافة أيضا إلى مراكز الموجودة في كلية الطب وكلية الصيدلة، بالإضافة أيضا إلى المركز الإعلامي الذي يقدم خدماته للجامعة وللسوق الخارجي. هذه الخدمات التي تقدمها جامعة العلوم والتكنولوجيا من خلال الفروع وكليات المجتمع والمراكز الاستشارية والتنمية.
يطول بنا الشرح عن الحديث عن إنجازات الجامعة في الفترة السابقة، وسنكتفي بسرد موجز لإنجازات الجامعة خلال العام 2020-2021. على مستوى البنية التحتية، قامت الجامعة بتوسعة فرع الطالبات من خلال إضافة مبنى جديد كقاعات دراسية إضافية ومركزا للغات الدولي للبنات. كما قامت الجامعة بتحديث جديد للعيادات الخارجية وشراء أجهزة طبية إضافية كجهاز البانوراما وجهاز التعقيم المركزي وجهاز 3D. ومن الإنجازات في البنية التحتية، قامت الجامعة بإعادة تأهيل كراسي الأسنان في كلية طب الأسنان بنين، إضافة إلى تجهيز معمل فانتوم جديد. كلية الهندسة من الكليات العلمية المهمة والتي تفخر بها الجامعة، هي الأخرى كان لها حظ من الإنجازات خلال عام 2020، ومنها افتتاح معامل هندسة الميكانترونكس، والذي شهد افتتاحه رئيس الوزراء ووزير التعليم العالي والبحث العلمي. لم تقتصر إنجازات الجامعة على رئاستها وأمانتها العامة أو على عمادات كلياتها المختلفة، فلطلبتها إنجازات كثيرة ومتعددة خلال العام 2020 جديرة بالذكر والإشادة. منها حصول الطالب الخريج الدكتور محمد فضل المهتدي على المركز الأول في اختبارات القبول في الزمالة البريطانية، ومنها حصول طالبات إدارة الأعمال على المركز الأول في مسابقة ريادة الأعمال اليمنية. وأما طالبات كلية الحاسبات فقد حصلن على المركز الأول في مسابقة سياتكس. كما حصلت طالبات الجرافيكس على مراكز متقدمة في المسابقة العربية في التصميم والتي تنظمها الجامعة العربية في بيروت.
لن يغيب اليمن عن خارطة إبداع الشباب العربي، ومن اليمن فاز وبكل شجاعة بين 1000 طالب و13 دولة بجائزة أولى عن فكرة التصميم الهيكلي سندس السندار من اليمن.
ستظل جامعة العلوم والتكنولوجيا منارة للعلم والمعرفة، وتظل مسيرتها مستمرة في الإسهام في تحقيق الرؤية الوطنية وتحقيق الازدهار وفتح الأبواب لمستقبل أفضل.
جامعة العلوم والتكنولوجيا
الطب. وجود جامعات حيوية في أي شعب تعد مؤشراً على وجود هذا الشعب ذاته على هذه الأرض. جامعة العلوم والتكنولوجيا هي أقدم الجامعات الأهلية في اليمن. فكرتها بدأت ككلية وطنية كانت النواة والبذرة لجامعة عملاقة، وذلك منذ أكثر من ربع قرن من الزمن. قدمت خلالها الجامعة وما زالت تقدم تجربة تعليمية رائدة تتجسد فيها آمال الطلبة بغد مشرق واعد، فبرامجها متنوعة وتنافسية تستحث العقول وتشجع الإبداع والبحث العلمي عبر مجالات وخبرات عديدة ومتنوعة.
سعت جامعة العلوم والتكنولوجيا منذ بدايتها الأولى أن تسهم في دعم توجه الدولة في التعليم العالي والبحث العلمي والتخفيف على الجامعات الحكومية، بشرط أن تتوفر الجودة التي لسبب أو الآخر لم يتوفر في الجامعات الحكومية، فأنشئت قبل حوالي ربع قرن تغطي هذه الاحتياجات، والتزمت بوظائف الجامعة الثلاث أكاديميا وفي البحث العلمي وفي خدمة المجتمع، وهذا قل نظيره في الجامعات الأخرى.
أن تتميز جامعة العلوم والتكنولوجيا وتتبوأ مقاعد متقدمة في التصنيفات الإقليمية والمحلية والدولية يعد نتاجاً لتميزها على مستوى المدخلات والعمليات ومن ثم المخرجات. جامعة العلوم والتكنولوجيا تبنت وطبقت أنموذج للجودة منذ نشأتها، وأعدت استراتيجيتها الأولى واستراتيجيتها الثانية بهدف تحقيق التميز والريادة. جامعة العلوم والتكنولوجيا يعني تحقق التميز بشكل مستمر. على سبيل المثال فيما يتعلق بالكليات، كلية العلوم الإدارية حصلت على العضوية، أول عضوية في الهيئة القومية الأمريكية لتطوير كليات إدارة الأعمال، يعني وبذلك تعد أول جامعة يمنية وأول كلية في اليمن حصلت على هذه العضوية هي كلية العلوم الإدارية في إطار جامعة العلوم والتكنولوجيا، وتعد واحدة من 10 جامعات على المستوى الإقليمي التي حصلت على العضوية.
في مسيرتها استطاعت الجامعة أن تحقق مراكز متقدمة، فهي الأولى يمنياً في الحصول على عضوية اتحاد الجامعات العربية. حصلت على جائزة التميز للعام 2009 و2013 كأفضل جامعة يمنية. وفي العام 2011 استحقت الجامعة جائزة الإبداع والتميز على مستوى الجامعة العربية. كما حصلت الجامعة على المرتبة الأولى محلياً في تقييم دليل مؤسسة التعليم العالي في 2014، بالإضافة إلى حصول كلية العلوم الإدارية على المركز الأول في مسابقة الجامعة لريادة الأعمال والتي نظمتها مؤسسة رواد. وحصل المجمع الطبي التابع لكلية الطب والعلوم الصحية على المركز الأول على مستوى المراكز الطبية بأمانة العاصمة. تقدم كليات جامعة العلوم والتكنولوجيا برامج أكاديمية ومتنوعة في المجالات التطبيقية النظرية على المستوى الجامعي ومستوى الدراسات العليا والدكتوراه، مع باقة متنوعة من الأساتذة المتميزين.
تقدم الجامعة برامج متعددة تلبي احتياجات العمل ومتطلبات السوق المتطورة والمتحدثة على طول الفترة السابقة، حيث فتحت الجامعة وكان لها السبق في فتح برامج مثل طب الأسنان على مستوى اليمن أو الهندسة الطبية أو الجرافيكس وغيرها من البرامج. تقدم الجامعة 35 برنامج على مستوى دراسة البكالوريوس و13 برنامج على مستوى الماجستير وبرنامجان على مستوى الدكتوراه.
مما تفخر به الجامعة فرع الطالبات، والذي يعد جامعة مستقلة مجهزة بأحدث التجهيزات، ويدار بكوادر نسائية يراعي خصوصية المجتمع اليمني، ويحتوي على كافة التخصصات التطبيقية والنظرية.
وجود فرع للطالبات هذا أوجد طمأنينية وراحة لدى الطالبة وولي أمرها، فلذلك هناك بيئة تعليمية ملائمة للفتاة، بحيث أنه ولي الأمر حتى ولو هو مغترب مطمئن أن ابنته تدرس في جو تعليمي مناسب جدا، في جو غير مختلط.
بالرغم من الصعوبات التي واجهتنا في العام 2020 إلا أن الجامعة استطاعت أن تتغلب على هذه المعوقات، وقامت بافتتاح مبنى جديد مجاور لفرع الطالبات لتلبية التوسع في المتطلبات التعليمية، وتم فيه افتتاح مركز للغات، وأيضا تلبية الاحتياجات المتزايدة من قاعات ومراسم ومعامل.
يتابع الطلبة دراستهم في بيئة علمية تحفز التعلم والمثابرة لدعم رحلتهم للبحث عن المعرفة المتطورة وتحقيق الذات عبر الخيارات المتنوعة والفرص المتاحة لصقل القدرات وتطوير المهارات. ولتسهيل هذه المهمة تعمل الجامعة على تقديم أفضل المصادر المؤسسية والأنظمة الإلكترونية والتقنيات المتطورة لتوفير التعليم الأفضل وتهيئة الظروف الملائمة لإنتاج الطاقة البشرية من الكوادر الوطنية المؤهلة تأهيلاً علمياً ونفسياً واجتماعياً عالياً. لذلك يعتبر قبول الطلبة في جامعة العلوم والتكنولوجيا خطوة أولى في رحلة شيقة من اكتشاف الذات وتطوير مهاراتها عبر البحث والمعرفة والتنافس للوصول إلى الامتياز وحيازة الخبرات التي ستعمل على إعدادهم للحياة العملية المشرقة ذات آفاق واسعة بعد تخرجهم من الجامعة.
حريص في جامعة العلوم والتكنولوجيا على ضمان جودة البرامج الأكاديمية وفقا لمعايير مجلس الاعتماد الأكاديمي والمخرجات الوطنية النافذة. وأنجزنا خلال العام الماضي دليل تطوير البرامج الأكاديمية والمبني على تقييم المخرجات وفقا لأحدث وسائل التقييم والمراجعة، وقد تم تطوير أكثر من 7 برامج أكاديمية خلال العام الجامعي 2021، ونستهدف خلال العام القادم تطوير أكثر من 10 برامج بكالوريوس وماجستير، وبحسب معايير التطوير وبما يواكب احتياجات سوق العمل. كما نستهدف الحصول على الاعتماد البرامجي الخاص بعدد 6 برامج أكاديمية خلال هذا العام، وعلى رأسها اعتماد برنامج الطب والجراحة.
بنت الجامعة جسراً بدأته بالريادة، فكان لها فروع في العديد من محافظات الجمهورية اليمنية، وتأمل في أن تمد هذا الجسر إلى عموم المحافظات في عالم صارت المعرفة أغلى كنوزه والمعلومات هي أرقى اقتصادياته.
جامعة العلوم والتكنولوجيا تقدم خدماتها منذ نشأتها، وقد أنشأت العديد من الفروع لتقديم خدماتها في المحافظات، بالإضافة أيضا إلى إنشاء كليات المجتمع التي تشرف عليها جامعة العلوم والتكنولوجيا، فأنشأت العديد من الكليات التي تقدم الخدمات في مجال التعليم المهني في محافظة دمار وعمران والحديدة، وأنشأت أخيرا كلية المجتمع في باجل، إضافة إلى المراكز الاستشارية التي تقدم خدمات التدريب والاستشارات ومنها مركز الإستشارات ومركز اللغات والحاسوب والمركز الطبي، بالإضافة إلى المراكز الموجودة في الكليات، كليات الهندسة، المراكز المتواجدة في كلية الهندسة التي تقدم خدماتها للطلاب وللمجتمع بحسب التخصصات، بالإضافة أيضا إلى مراكز الموجودة في كلية الطب وكلية الصيدلة، بالإضافة أيضا إلى المركز الإعلامي الذي يقدم خدماته للجامعة وللسوق الخارجي. هذه الخدمات التي تقدمها جامعة العلوم والتكنولوجيا من خلال الفروع وكليات المجتمع والمراكز الاستشارية والتنمية.
يطول بنا الشرح عن الحديث عن إنجازات الجامعة في الفترة السابقة، وسنكتفي بسرد موجز لإنجازات الجامعة خلال العام 2020-2021. على مستوى البنية التحتية، قامت الجامعة بتوسعة فرع الطالبات من خلال إضافة مبنى جديد كقاعات دراسية إضافية ومركزا للغات الدولي للبنات. كما قامت الجامعة بتحديث جديد للعيادات الخارجية وشراء أجهزة طبية إضافية كجهاز البانوراما وجهاز التعقيم المركزي وجهاز 3D. ومن الإنجازات في البنية التحتية، قامت الجامعة بإعادة تأهيل كراسي الأسنان في كلية طب الأسنان بنين، إضافة إلى تجهيز معمل فانتوم جديد. كلية الهندسة من الكليات العلمية المهمة والتي تفخر بها الجامعة، هي الأخرى كان لها حظ من الإنجازات خلال عام 2020، ومنها افتتاح معامل هندسة الميكانترونكس، والذي شهد افتتاحه رئيس الوزراء ووزير التعليم العالي والبحث العلمي. لم تقتصر إنجازات الجامعة على رئاستها وأمانتها العامة أو على عمادات كلياتها المختلفة، فلطلبتها إنجازات كثيرة ومتعددة خلال العام 2020 جديرة بالذكر والإشادة. منها حصول الطالب الخريج الدكتور محمد فضل المهتدي على المركز الأول في اختبارات القبول في الزمالة البريطانية، ومنها حصول طالبات إدارة الأعمال على المركز الأول في مسابقة ريادة الأعمال اليمنية. وأما طالبات كلية الحاسبات فقد حصلن على المركز الأول في مسابقة سياتكس. كما حصلت طالبات الجرافيكس على مراكز متقدمة في المسابقة العربية في التصميم والتي تنظمها الجامعة العربية في بيروت.
لن يغيب اليمن عن خارطة إبداع الشباب العربي، ومن اليمن فاز وبكل شجاعة بين 1000 طالب و13 دولة بجائزة أولى عن فكرة التصميم الهيكلي سندس السندار من اليمن.
ستظل جامعة العلوم والتكنولوجيا منارة للعلم والمعرفة، وتظل مسيرتها مستمرة في الإسهام في تحقيق الرؤية الوطنية وتحقيق الازدهار وفتح الأبواب لمستقبل أفضل.
جامعة العلوم والتكنولوجيا،
الطريق إلى مستقبل أفضل. وجود جامعات حيوية في أي شعب تعد مؤشراً على وجود هذا الشعب ذاته على هذه الأرض. جامعة العلوم والتكنولوجيا هي أقدم الجامعات الأهلية في اليمن. فكرتها بدأت ككلية وطنية كانت النواة والبذرة لجامعة عملاقة، وذلك منذ أكثر من ربع قرن من الزمن. قدمت خلالها الجامعة وما زالت تقدم تجربة تعليمية رائدة تتجسد فيها آمال الطلبة بغد مشرق واعد، فبرامجها متنوعة وتنافسية تستحث العقول وتشجع الإبداع والبحث العلمي عبر مجالات وخبرات عديدة ومتنوعة.
سعت جامعة العلوم والتكنولوجيا منذ بدايتها الأولى أن تسهم في دعم توجه الدولة في التعليم العالي والبحث العلمي والتخفيف على الجامعات الحكومية، بشرط أن تتوفر الجودة التي لسبب أو الآخر لم يتوفر في الجامعات الحكومية، فأنشئت قبل حوالي ربع قرن تغطي هذه الاحتياجات، والتزمت بوظائف الجامعة الثلاث أكاديميا وفي البحث العلمي وفي خدمة المجتمع، وهذا قل نظيره في الجامعات الأخرى.
أن تتميز جامعة العلوم والتكنولوجيا وتتبوأ مقاعد متقدمة في التصنيفات الإقليمية والمحلية والدولية يعد نتاجاً لتميزها على مستوى المدخلات والعمليات ومن ثم المخرجات. جامعة العلوم والتكنولوجيا تبنت وطبقت نموذج للجودة منذ نشأتها، وأعدت استراتيجيتها الأولى واستراتيجيتها الثانية بهدف تحقيق التميز والريادة. جامعة العلوم والتكنولوجيا يعني تحقق التميز بشكل مستمر. على سبيل المثال فيما يتعلق بالكليات، كلية العلوم الإدارية حصلت على العضوية، أول عضوية في الهيئة القومية الأمريكية لتطوير كليات إدارة الأعمال، يعني وبذلك تعد أول جامعة يمنية وأول كلية في اليمن حصلت على هذه العضوية هي كلية العلوم الإدارية في إطار جامعة العلوم والتكنولوجيا، وتعد واحدة من 10 جامعات على المستوى الإقليمي التي حصلت على العضوية.
في مسيرتها استطاعت الجامعة أن تحقق مراكز متقدمة، فهي الأولى يمنياً في الحصول على عضوية اتحاد الجامعات العربية. حصلت على جائزة التميز للعام 2009 و2013 كأفضل جامعة يمنية. وفي العام 2011 استحقت الجامعة جائزة الإبداع والتميز على مستوى الجامعات العربية. كما حصلت الجامعة على المرتبة الأولى محلياً في تقييم دليل مؤسسة التعليم العالي في 2014، بالإضافة إلى حصول كلية العلوم الإدارية على المركز الأول في مسابقة الجامعة لريادة الأعمال والتي نظمتها مؤسسة رواد. وحصل المجمع الطبي التابع لكلية الطب والعلوم الصحية على المركز الأول على مستوى المراكز الطبية بأمانة العاصمة. تقدم كليات جامعة العلوم والتكنولوجيا برامج أكاديمية ومتنوعة في المجالات التطبيقية النظرية على المستوى الجامعي ومستوى الدراسات العليا والدكتوراه، مع باقة متنوعة من الأساتذة المتميزين.
تقدم الجامعة برامج متعددة تلبي احتياجات العمل ومتطلبات السوق المتطورة والمتحدثة على طول الفترة السابقة، حيث فتحت الجامعة وكان لها السبق في فتح برامج مثل طب الأسنان على مستوى اليمن أو الهندسة الطبية أو الجرافيكس وغيرها من البرامج. تقدم الجامعة 35 برنامج على مستوى دراسة البكالوريوس، و13 برنامج على مستوى الماجستير، وبرنامجان على مستوى الدكتوراه.
مما تفخر به الجامعة فرع الطالبات، والذي يعد جامعة مستقلة مجهزة بأحدث التجهيزات، ويدار بكوادر نسائية يراعي خصوصية المجتمع اليمني، ويحتوي على كافة التخصصات التطبيقية والنظرية.
وجود فرع للطالبات هذا أوجد طمأنينية وراحة لدى الطالبة وولي أمرها، فلذلك هناك بيئة تعليمية ملائمة للفتاة، بحيث أنه ولي الأمر حتى ولو هو مغترب مطمئن أن ابنته تدرس في جو تعليمي مناسب جدا، في جو غير مختلط.
بالرغم من الصعوبات التي واجهتنا في العام 2020 إلا أن الجامعة استطاعت أن تتغلب على هذه المعوقات، وقامت بافتتاح مبنى جديد مجاور لفرع الطالبات لتلبية التوسع في المتطلبات التعليمية، وتم فيه افتتاح مركز للغات، وأيضا تلبية الاحتياجات المتزايدة من قاعات ومراسم ومعامل.
يتابع الطلبة دراستهم في بيئة علمية تحفز التعلم والمثابرة لدعم رحلتهم للبحث عن المعرفة المتطورة وتحقيق الذات عبر الخيارات المتنوعة والفرص المتاحة لصقل القدرات وتطوير المهارات. ولتسهيل هذه المهمة تعمل الجامعة على تقديم أفضل المصادر المؤسسية والأنظمة الإلكترونية والتقنيات المتطورة لتوفير التعليم الأفضل وتهيئة الظروف الملائمة لإنتاج الطاقة البشرية من الكوادر الوطنية المؤهلة تأهيلاً علمياً ونفسياً واجتماعياً عالياً. لذلك يعتبر قبول الطلبة في جامعة العلوم والتكنولوجيا خطوة أولى في رحلة شيقة من اكتشاف الذات وتطوير مهاراتها عبر البحث والمعرفة والتنافس للوصول إلى الامتياز وحيازة الخبرات التي ستعمل على إعدادهم للحياة العملية المشرقة ذات آفاق واسعة بعد تخرجهم من الجامعة.
حريص في جامعة العلوم والتكنولوجيا على ضمان جودة البرامج الأكاديمية وفقا لمعايير مجلس الاعتماد الأكاديمي والمخرجات الوطنية النارس. وأنجزنا خلال العام الماضي دليل تطوير البرامج الأكاديمية والمبني على تقييم المخرجات وفقا لأحدث وسائل التقييم والمراجعة، وقد تم تطوير أكثر من 7 برامج أكاديمية خلال العام الجامعي 2021، ونستهدف خلال العام القادم تطوير أكثر من 10 برامج بكالوريوس وماجستير، وبحسب معايير التطوير وبما يواكب احتياجات سوق العمل. كما نستهدف الحصول على الاعتماد البرامجي الخاص بعدد 6 برامج أكاديمية خلال هذا العام، وعلى رأسها اعتماد برنامج الطب والجراحة.
بنت الجامعة جسراً بدأته بالريادة، فكان لها فروع في العديد من محافظات الجمهورية اليمنية، وتأمل في أن تمد هذا الجسر إلى عموم المحافظات في عالم صارت المعرفة أغلى كنوزه والمعلومات هي أرقى اقتصادياته.
جامعة العلوم والتكنولوجيا تقدم خدماتها منذ نشأتها، وقد أنشأت العديد من الفروع لتقديم خدماتها في المحافظات، بالإضافة أيضا إلى إنشاء كليات المجتمع التي تشرف عليها جامعة العلوم والتكنولوجيا، فأنشأت العديد من الكليات التي تقدم الخدمات في مجال التعليم المهني في محافظة دمار وعمران والحديدة، وأنشأت أخيرا كلية المجتمع في باجل، إضافة إلى المراكز الاستشارية التي تقدم خدمات التدريب والاستشارات، ومنها مركز الاستشارات ومركز اللغات والحاسوب والمركز الطبي، بالإضافة إلى المراكز الموجودة في الكليات، كليات الهندسة، المراكز المتواجدة في كلية الهندسة التي تقدم خدماتها للطلاب وللمجتمع بحسب التخصصات.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله تعالى وبركاته.
وعليكم السلام ورحمة الله وبركاته.
أيوة ما شاء الله. أرجو أن يكون الجميع قد مستعدين للبرزنتيشن. معنا في إدارة التراك Associate Professor دكتور بلال، Associate Professor دكتور صادق.
اوكي. وين الزوم طيب؟ انا الزوم فين هنا موجود فين؟ افتح ما يفتحش.
موجود هنا. و do we have a participate? Please, you can chat. You can chat. You can raise your hand.
ممكن نبدأ.
Okay. Can we start by if we have the videos, can start by the first presenter? Is he available?
Yes.
Mr. Mus'ad. Mr. Mus'ad Muhammad. Mr. Mus'ad.
Dr. Mus'ad Muhammad for paper title using ontology to enhance decision making for broadcast.
Share screen the titles. Maybe if he's do you have his video? Okay, can start.
صوت شير ود صوت. بس الصوت فين الآن؟
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله. My name is Mus'ad Muhammad, Faculty of Computing, University Malaysia Pahang. Today we're speaking about using ontology to enhance decision making for product sustainability and smart manufacturing. It outlines product sustainability, problem statement, product life cycle, eco-design tools, ontology engineering, life cycle sustainable assessment, and finally decision maker support. Product sustainability. The sustainability is related to
Do you have any problem there? Otherwise,
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. My name is Mus'ad Muhammad, Faculty of Computing, University Malaysia Pahang. Today we're speaking about using ontology to enhance decision making for product sustainability in smart manufacturing. It outlines product sustainability, problem statement, product life cycle, eco-design tools, ontology engineering, life cycle sustainable assessment, and finally, decision maker support. Product sustainability. The sustainability is related to the three dimensions, which are environment, economic, and social impacts. So the input for the sustainable process, it's coming from, for example, from the environment, it's coming in the energy, and the output will be carbon dioxide. And for the social, the income will be the impacts, and the result will be the benefits. For the economic, the input for the sustainability process will be the cost, and the result will be the revenue. The problem statement. The lack of integration.
ابغى ارجع back.
Sustainability criteria and product design process, especially in the designing phase, and also the lack of using knowledge for interoperability, which limits the possibility of the sharing and reusing the data. In this problem statement, we can use the ontology to solve this problem. The product life cycle started from the material selection stage, which will focus on the materials which is good for the life, for the environment, and so on. Also, after the material selection, we'll go to the production stage, and after that, we will transportation stage, use stage, and finally end of life stage. Each stage have some process that is related to the product sustainability, especially in the designing phase. The important product life cycle stages coming from the designing stage, the material selection stage, transportation stage, and end of life stage. There are a relation between these stages, especially for the material. For example, the materials is economic and eco materials, green materials. So the stages for the selection and designing also related to the transportation stage. And finally, the end of life stage for the some material. For example, if the materials is related to need to more power or more electricity, so the output will be increased. As you know, all stages will play an important role in determining economic, social, and environmental impacts in all stages of the product sustainability. We will use the ontology to solve the problem statement, so we can see here the signification of the ontology. You could start from the classification, specification, understanding, analyzing, reusing, discovering, inferencing. So sometimes we need to good tools to discover or to inference new rules based on the existing role or existing data or information inside the system. Ontology engineering, it's famous in 4 sides: data integration, information interoperability, knowledge base, and finally information retrieval. There are some difficulties overcome can be done by the ontology, which are reduce the information complexity, increase information organization, facilitate information sharing, facilitate information assessment, and also easy for the information reusing, finally support structure design. The product lifecycle ontology, it comes from the designing process ontology, manufacturing process ontology, testing process ontology, maintenance process ontology, and finally end-of-life process ontology. Because the very important stages started from the designing and the final from the end-of-life process ontology, so we can use it these stages in our project. The life cycle sustainable assessment is coming from three ontology: life cycle assessment ontology, life cycle cost ontology, and social life cycle assessment ontology. So the life cycle sustainability assessment, it is a compound of the three types of the ontology. Eco-design tools. There are many eco-design tools, but the famous or the most important started from the expert system tools, key-space reasoning, cyber physical system, artificial neural networks, and finally ontology engineering. Here we can describe the eco-design tools. For example, the expert system tools has been developed to help experts in manufacturing engineering, particular for selecting the process. Key-space reasoning is used for solving design problems by important environmental design issue into the novel product design procedure. Cyber physical system are an ingenious steps for the sequencing selection in the intelligent manufacturing process, which is a challenge due to the diversity of the process selection criteria across major group of manufacturing process. Artificial networks are used to improve the selection of materials for sustainable product. Finally, ontology engineering provides holistic approach to design of product by selecting material and then converting them into procedural requirement. We can see here the comparison between the eco-design tools and related to the others. For example, other newcomer, you see the sharing and reusing, inferencing, or automatic reasoning, and finally the complex knowledge. This is the criteria for the comparison between the tools, and the columns is the order. So we can see, for example, most of them it is lack of inferencing and automatic reasoning and complex knowledge. But when you see at the final, for example, Romley and Gulliverman, they are related to the inference, also to the automatic reasoning and complex knowledge. So in this graph, we can use the decision support based on ontology. If we use the ontology, in this case, it will be enhance the environment performance, decrease the economic cost, and improve the social impact. So the decision making is related to the ontology, which is integration between the three ontology: life cycle assessment ontology, life cycle cost ontology, and social life cycle assessment ontology. The integration ontology will be make a way for the decision makers to make a good decision in specific time. Here, the eco-design relation, we can see the relation between the manufacturing, the eco-design, decision making, decision support system, product design. So this is the related between the subjects, especially for the eco-design based on ontology. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Dr. Musad. Question now. Can you hear me?
I think he's not around. Maybe he got a problem connection.
allowed to take?
I think he
Victor, I can hear you, but I'm outside.
For your research papers, enhanced decision making for product stability in smart manufacturing. What is the novelty can you introduce in your research papers, please?
Okay, Doctor. Can you hear me clearly, Doctor?
Yes, clear.
What is the novelty? What's the
Okay.
What's your contribution for this papers or for this your research papers?
Okay, the novelty, it is coming from two steps. The first one, it is the ontology integration, because as you know, the integration between the different ontology will be face some difficulties, especially in the complex. Sometimes schema complex and sometimes data complex. But we are going to integrate the three different ontology life cycle assessment, life cycle cost, and social life cycle assessment. So this is my first contribution, the ontology integration. We are focusing on the semantic level because most researchers concentrate on the schema level, but in our research will focus on the semantic level. The second contribution, it is about the design parameters in the design phase, because the most research focus on the economic and environment. But in our research, we'll focus in the three dimensions of sustainability, which are the economic, environment, and social impacts. Thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Musaid. Thank you for your presentations, and thank you for your answering for these questions. And now we go to the second paper number ID with 14. Arabic sentiment analysis to award failings among COVID-19 outbreak using single and ensemble classifiers. Please, Dr. Widad Asruri, come to here to present this, your presentation of your papers now.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Widad Asruri. On behalf of my co-authors, I will introduce our paper that take number 14 and speak about sentiment analysis. In this paper, we will discuss these outlines. The first one, small preface, then sentiment analysis.
The slide's not moving. Slide not moving. You stuck in the first slide.
الشاشة static.
Stuck in the first slide. Yeah. You
Okay,
change to the.
fix it. We will fix it now.
All right. Okay.
This is the outlines. First preface, sentiment analysis of the problem statement of the paper, COVID-19 and sentiment analysis, research contribution, the proposed model, experiments and results, finally, conclusions and future work. First, sentiment analysis is one of natural language processing that aims to evaluate, retrieve, and classify the expressed sentiments of people in a written form. This sentiment analysis have many approaches, 3 exactly: machine learning based, lexion based, and hybrid approaches. Twitter and Facebook are the most non-social media that allow people to express their sentiments. The problem statement was Most of sentiment analysis approaches was designed to manage sentiment analysis in English. However, sentiment analysis in Arabic is still a challenging task due to its complexity and its rich of morphology and many or several types of Arabic language. The most complex one is dialectical Arabic. So most of previous studies focus on just making handcrafted features for either classical Arabic or MSA Arabic, not for dialectical Arabics. So we decide to build a classification method or ML-based approach to classify the tweets and analyze the feelings of people. The COVID-19 outbreak affect people's lives and affect their feelings either negatively or positively. The research contributions for our people start with reviewing COVID-19 related publications, especially that talks about public feelings, analyze the effect of using machine learning approach and combine it with smoothing techniques and the pre-trained models and analyze their performance. Investigate also the performance of either ensemble classifiers or single classifiers in the performance and their effect on accuracy. This is the proposed model shown in this figure. As you see, it is started by the data collection phase, then data pre-processing phase, and dividing the data or our collected data to training and testing, and then perform the testing process to get the feelings either positive or negative. This is the first phase. In data collection phase, we collect or collected a lot of tweets from Twitter based on the shown terms like COVID, Corona, Tafa'ul, Khawf, all these terms in Arabic form, and then make processing and making the annotation of data. Thus, we can go to the second step, which is pre-processing and annotation. Pre-processing, in this phase, we try to remove punctuations, remove the noisy data, and remove the characters not wanted, like tatwil, making a tokenization, also stemming, and finally remove the stop words. After this phase completed, we start by annotating the collected tweets by their written form and based on the attitudes of feelings against COVID-19 to either positive or negative sentiment. We apply some techniques such as feature extraction, exactly word embedding, using word-to-vec technique that compose of two techniques, CBOW and skipgram, that all based on neural networks architecture. And then we try to balance our imbalanced data using small SMOT-EENN technique that combine oversampling and undersampling to solve the problem of imbalancing data. The classifiers that used in our proposed model was several classifiers that ranging from single classifiers, knife-based support vector machine that named in Python package NUSVC, logistic regression, and stochastic descent, gradient descent, and a combination of ensemble classifiers that contain random forest classifier and several voting techniques or classifiers that combine both or several of these single classifiers and test their performance. The measurements that used to analyze the performance of the proposed model was accuracy, precision, recall, and F1 score. The data set distribution in the experiment were studied, and we find that majority class was negative, as it was 69%. This data was divided to training, testing, and also tenfold cross-validation to validate this data. The experiments show that according to the word frequencies using word cloud and visualization in the figure you see, that most of dominant feelings was fear, anxiety, worry, like خوف, قلق, هلع, and also there is some words that speak about Allah, Ya Rab, and so on. The diagram also highlight the same result as the dominant word was خوف and تفاؤل, قلق, anxiety, fear, and optimism. But you see, the worry feeling was the dominant as highlighted in these figures. The two used pre-trained models that enable us to test our model was CCAR 300 technique and Arabic news that contain several vocabularies. Again. As you see in this table, the best performance was gained by support vector machine classifier named NUSVC with accuracy of 90.07. The figure highlights the results we speak about it. Using smoothing technique with the pre-trained models enhance the accuracy of the classifiers of both types, either single or ensemble classifiers. This is the summary of conclusions and future work. First, anxiety and fear feelings were the dominant, while optimism were less. Second, the combination of SMOTN technique and the pre-trained model of word-to-vec technique enhanced the performance of both single and ensemble classifiers. Even SMOT technique and these pre-trained model enhanced the performance. The best performance was with the support vector machine that named NUVC. This according to the characteristics of this classifier and its efficient and effective dealing with a high number of dimensions. For future works, we will try to test our proposed model and apply it in various contexts, and also combine it with other word and sentence representations that is available in natural language processing field. Thanks for listening. You are welcome for any question.
Thank you very much, Dr. Widad, for your presentation. Can you hear me?
Dr. Abdurrahman, can
Yes.
ask this for the researcher, Widad?
Yeah. Can you hear me, Dr. Widad? Can you hear my voice?
Yes, I hear you.
Yeah, thank you for your nice, very valuable presentation with a lot of information. I would like to ask what are the other techniques rather than smoothing technique that can be applied? Is there any other techniques that can be applied, and why you select smoothing?
Yes, there is a lot of techniques. This technique combines oversampling and undersampling, in which you increase the class that is found lessly in the data by either add synthesized samples or by remove some samples. So this technique was the best because it combined both over and undersampling. However, there is a lot of other techniques you can use it.
All right, thank you for this question, but can I ask another question? Can I have a second question?
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to explain from the results you show that the UNSPM got better accuracy or better results. Can you discuss and analyze why do you think?
Sorry,
Yeah.
Dr. again.
Yeah, from the results you show in the table, the one of the approach UNSVM got the better result, isn't it?
Support vector machine, yeah, it was.
Yeah. Yeah. Why? Can you analyze and discuss why do you think this algorithm produced better result rather than the others? Is it based on the structure or what? What do you think?
We try to combine it with the other classifiers in ensemble or voting technique, but however, we're still getting best results for this one or this classifier by itself or as a single classifier. This is due to the design or the performance of this classifier itself, because it has a lot of flexibility and efficiency also.
Thank you very much. That's all from my side.
Thank you, Dr. Widad. Thank you, Dr. Abdurrahman. Now we go to the paper number 25, optimization of energy efficient cloud radio access network for 5G using neural networks. Presenter Maha Fati.
Yes.
هل هذه معي صوت ولا لا؟ Is this your presentation with audio voice, or you can present your presentation from you with audio or video?
Yeah, it's no problem. I just was to constrain the time.
Can you share your screen?
Okay. I think I haven't any request for sharing.
فعلوه لها.
Hello?
Allow Maha to share the presentation.
Yeah. I have not allowed to share.
Okay. Okay, Maha, you can join the panel and
now you are being list. You can share your screen and start your presentations, please. Okay. Unmute your sounds and start.
Okay. Hello everyone. I am Maha Fathi, PhD student at School of Information and Electronics at Beijing, China. Today I will present my paper titled Optimization of Energy Efficient Cloud Radio Access Network for 5G using Neural Network with co-authors Muhammad Salah and Mustafa Ahmed Hamid. Our outlines are introduction and motivation, cloud RAN system model, proposed optimization based on neural network, simulation result, conclusion, and the future work. For our motivation to this work, actually this work combines between machine learning and the cloud radio access network to their great advantages. For Cloud RAN, it is a centralized green architecture, means profitability and the quality of service for 5G network. It saves up to 80% of the power compared to traditional ones. It has a centralized management and operations. It has sharing to the signals, traffic data, and channel state information inside it, impact in improving network capacity. For machine learning, it has a great capability in dealing with complex models. Thus, it can coping with design complexity and fulfill 5G requirements. Our aim in this paper is a power minimization, beamforming, and arrowhead selection problem. Thus, using conventional optimization method of heuristic approaches to solve this problem is a highly complex. So, motivated by this, we proposed artificial neural network-based optimization for cloud RAN to optimize optimum number of active arrowhead. And according to that, optimum power consumption and arrowhead are used. For our system, this is the architecture model. We had L deployed arrowhead, each with N antenna, and the K end users, each with single antenna. And arrowhead are connected with baseband unit pool through front haul network. At the remote side, each arrowhead can transmit the XL power signal, and each arrowhead are constrained by transmitted signal. And at the user side, each user can receive the signal from the arrowhead. Sorry, I think it is okay. Each user can receive signal from the arrowhead. So as each user, it can have received a pure signal and interference signal and noise signal. And for signal to interference ratio can be calculated as a pure signal over interference plus noise. For the power consumption model, we have three models for arrowhead, for front haul link, and then for the overall power. For the arrowhead, we have considered a linear model. Each arrowhead is, if it is in active mode, its model is active power plus the submitted power, and is in sleep mode. Its power is sleep power consumption. And for front haul power, we consider passive optical network, which consists of a number of passive optical units. Can be in sleep mode, and one optical line terminal which is always on. And for overall network power consumption, we can combine all the arrowhead power and the front haul power, and this is formula can be derived in the paper. This is the final formula. Thus, and by neglecting this constant term, thus we have to optimize only the transmitted power and the arrowhead power. Then for power formulation and analysis, this is our minimization problem. We have to minimize total transmitted power, considering beamforming and active arrowhead constrained by signal to noise ratio and the power transmitted from each arrowhead. This is a non-convex problem, but by exploit the convexity and the internal structure in the constraints, we can transform this problem to convex with second-order Kuhn constraints. This is the second-order Kuhn constraint formula for signal to noise ratio, and this is the formula for arrowhead power. Thus, this is transformed to second-order Kuhn programming and the convex, and they can be solved by any convex package. This is a proposed artificial neural network architecture. This is we have a feed-forward topology. We have a network with one input layer, one output layer, and two hidden layers, each with 15 neurons. We have considered a linear function in the output layer, and hyperbolic tangential function and at the hidden layers. It accepts three inputs: maximum transmit power consumption for each arrowhead, and the target signal to noise interference ratio for end users, and relative power consumption for front haul links. That's and the output of this network is the number of arrowheads. This network is used to supervise learning using Python regulation process, and using 250 instance, each of them for training and 24 testing. This is a whole proposed model for for optimizing both arrowhead selection and then the beamforming vector from the arrowhead. We start the program for searching from the system features or system nodes, number of arrowhead, number of users, quality of service constraint for front wall power consumption, and so on. And then use the proposed artificial neural network to for arrowhead selection or to the output number of arrowheads, and then it is feed as input to any optimization algorithm. We use bisection group sparse beamforming algorithm to optimize beamforming, finally the beamforming vectors. The description and for bisection group sparse beamformer algorithm, you can find the reference and some description in the paper. Then for the performance of the model, we have shown some performance for example, for mean square error. We shown that the error can start with a high value and then decreases as for post-training and testing until flattening at certain points. For regression, we have shown that the model can yield this regression of 0.99754, and it is approximately nearing from the optimum one. And for error histogram, this is error histogram for the model. We show that most of errors are near from zero, which reflects that accuracy and correctness of our model. For the complexity analysis, we have compared the complexity between the pure bisection group sparse beamforming algorithm, which starts from all arrowhead are active and then decreases until finds the optimum and then optimize beamforming. And this thus its overall complexity can be order of number of arrowheads. This arrowhead is active and inactive. But for our proposed model, we have started from the active arrowhead. We then have a model to optimize this number of active arrowheads. So the complexity can be order of only the number of arrowheads. And thus the complexity is reduced by using the proposed model. For simulation result, we have compared some simulation results such as number of active arrowhead, average total transmitted power. We use this channel model, which mainly focus on or depending on path loss, on shadowing, on small scale fading, and other simulation parameters can be found in table 1 in the paper. We have this is our adaptive and proposed algorithm, bisection group sparse beamforming algorithm, which we described before, and the details in paper. Near optimum bisection group sparse beamforming algorithm. This is a previous algorithm in another research. This is consider or starting bisection group sparse algorithm by from near optimum solution, not from the old arrowhead are active. Proposed AN model is our proposed model, which consider AN model to optimize active arrowhead. We compare the result with coordinate beamforming, which consider all arrowhead are active and only transmit optimize the total transmitted power.
Dr. Maha.
All this,
Dr.
yeah,
Maha, please,
yeah.
Please hurry.
Hurry. Okay.
Quickly for your.
Yeah. Okay. Oh yeah. Okay. And finally, have our simulation result. This is comparing between active arrowhead to the three models. We have shown that our proposed has best result, especially in the low signal-to-noise ratio, and this for transmitted power. We have shown that our proposed has a minimized power compared to other algorithms, and this is exclusive time. We have compared the three algorithms, and the proposed model had the least time or running time. And this also for front hole links, it has less arrowhead in arrowhead, and this is also for the average network power consumption, and this also is a minimum power consumption for our model. Finally, for conclusion, we can conclude our work as we are improving the performance of cloud RAN system by minimizing both number of errorheads and also the corresponding connected links and thus the total consumed power. The proposed artificial neural network model can be presented for optimized errorhead selection. The model was tested by bisection group sparse beamforming algorithm as the optimization algorithm. Simulation result has demonstrated better optimized solution in errorhead. It's already reduced by 10% especially at low signal to noise ratios. The time complexity for obtaining the active errorhead is already reduced compared to the conventional and heuristic approaches, and the total complexity time is reduced by 10% and 60% for the whole simulation process. And for our future work, actually our model is supervised learning, thus based on optimization algorithms, and thus as a future work we will investigate other machine learning, such as yes.
Thank you, Dr. Maha.
Okay.
And your time is available time. For your research, please, in your abstract, obtain validated results, encourage machine learning techniques to reduce both the complexity and power consumption in such an emerging area. Are you use machine learning or deep learning?
Machine learning.
Neural network is a machine learning techniques or deep learning techniques?
لا, machine learning techniques, artificial neural network, not deep learning.
Okay. Maybe neural network is a deep learning techniques and is considered a deep learning techniques now. And your work is very good, and your presentation is very good, and a hot topic area in 5G. Thank you for your presentations. And Dr. Abdulrahman, if you have any questions.
I just want to ask about the optimization. You said optimization based. What are the algorithm? What is the name of the algorithm that you use?
Bisection group sparse beamforming algorithm. This used the optimization problem is we transform our problem to convex optimization problem, and using a convex package implemented in MATLAB to solving this problem.
Okay, I think also if you can try to adopt any other optimization, new optimization algorithms that maybe can use to show some good performance. Okay, good luck. All the best.
Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Maha. We can go to the next paper presentations, number 29, number 28, with the titles of birth-based text simplification approach to reduce linguistic complexity of Bangala language. Nahid Hussein, authors Nahid Hussein and Adil Ahnaf. Dr. Adil, you can start to present your presentation, or we can start presentation with an audio.
Start the presentation with audio to control, and Adil, maybe he can answer the questions. Can you move him to the panelist? Because can you yeah, okay.
Start your presentation. Share your screen or your file and start your presentation.
Yeah, if you can run in your device is better, Dr. Bilal. Then later we just the presenter just answer the questions.
Okay. 28. هنا خلاص 28.
Hello everyone, myself Adil Hanaf. Welcome to my presentation video. My presentation title is BRT-based test simplification approach to reduce linguistic complexity of Bangla language. Authors are Nahid Hussain and Adil Hanaf. That is the outline of this presentation. At first, I am discuss about problem statement, motivation, contribution, proposed method, model preparation, experimental result, advantages and limitation, and at the end of we discuss about conclusion and our future work. So let's start our presentation. At first we should know what is test simplification. Test simplification is an approach that simplifies the linguistic complexity of a particular language so that the grammar and the structure of the language are greatly simplified to read and understand while preserving the information and underlying meaning. In this example, the top one is a complex sentence which is তাহার দীর্ঘ ঘোর কৃষ্ণ কেশরাশি দিয়ে one is a complex sentence which is তাহার দীর্ঘ ঘোর কৃষ্ণ কেশরাশি দিয়ে জল ঝরিতেছে. If we simplify this sentence, the sentence will be like that. A লম্বা ঘন কালো চুল থেকে পানি ঝরছে. We try to implement these types of systems. Now I am talking about motivation of our work. Bangla is the sixth most spoken language and it has a rich literary history with numerous famous poets, writers, composers and philosophers, including Nobel Prize winner Rabindranath Tagore, Michael Madhusudhan Dutta and Kazi Nazrul Islam and many more. Their work are highly complicated to read and understand due to their linguistic complexity and use of uncommon and deprecated lexical resource. No work has been done in Bangla language on this important topic. As a result, those masterpieces of literature remain unknown and neglected. Now, contribution of our research, we developed the first test simplification approach in Bangla language that simplify the complex meaning lying in a sentence rather than recapitulating the text. We developed two models using the cutting-edge technology LSTM and BRT model to compare which model perform better for Bangla language. We developed a significantly large monolingual corpus of archaic and linguistically complex Bangla text. Now in this section, we describe detailed methodology of our model. At first, we discuss our corpus and lexicon. To create a monolingual corpus of archaic and lexically complex text, we collect data as a plain text from several online sources. The sources are mentioned in table 1. In our corpus consists of 152,230 sentences and we create a lexicon which is complex simple word pairs and that is manually mapped with 22,580 words. This is the sample of our lexicon where each complex words have corresponding simple word. This process is done by manually and it takes huge time. Now, second step is data processing. Data processing plays a vital role in our model because Bangla is a multi-byte language and it has complex grammatical rules. As a result, we should follow some steps before model preparation. First step is numeric value. To feed dataset into our model, we represent every unique word of dataset into a unique numeric value. For creating training sample, a list is created for each sentence of dataset which contains three features. First is input, which is original input sentence. Second one is output, which represent corresponding numeric value of each word, and third one is auxiliary output, which indicates the difference between input and output. Then second step is generator. The main purpose of generator is to padding the sentence into a fixed length. In this word, all sentences of dataset are said to be the word length of 15. Sentence containing less than 50 words, the generator places 0 before them. Then third step is one hot vector. The numeric value assigned for each sentence, each word is now converted in a one hot vector. Now we talk about our model preparation. We implemented LSTM model and compare it with our proposed model, which is based on BRT technique. The LSTM model can process not only single data point but also entire data sequence. Figure 1 demonstrates the LSTM preprocessing. After giving input, the words are passed in a fixed length of model and we get vector output. Each word passes through 2 layers of LSTM and 2 dense layers. We get an auxiliary vector, which is a representation of each sentence that we mentioned earlier. The dense layer, the 2 dense layers are using for matrix vector multiplication. Figure 5 demonstrated the dense layer. Each neuron of dense layer receives input from all neurons of previous layer. We also use fine-tuning to our model improve our model performance. Fine-tuning helps boost the accuracy of a new neural network model. Instead of taking 2 dense layers D3 and D4, we also added 2 dense layers D5 and D6 now. Now finally, we implemented our proposed model, which is BRT technique. It makes the model learn the conceptual relation with other words. These models have 2 parts to implementing, which is BRT, which is pre-training and fine-tuning. It predicts an easier word for each complex word. The transformer model is divided into 2 parts, an encoder and decoder. The encoder reads input text while the decoder produces a prediction of appropriate text. This is the overview of BRT preprocessing. Now we talk about our experimental result. This is the sample of a experiment where left one is simple output and right one is sample out. Left one is simple input and right one is sample output. Now we show the performance of both models. We can easily see that BRT model get more accuracy than LSTM model. As a result, we finally implemented our system with BRT technique. Now we talk about advantages and limitations of our system. Advantages: we demonstrate a comprehensive Bangladesh simplification approach with BRT technique that gives the best result with accuracy of 90.6% during pre-training and 95.3% upon fine-tuning. The main limitation of our system is the size of corpus and lexicon. Now we discuss the conclusion and future plan. We develop a system that simplifies text for Bangla language without changing the meaning or shorting. The system can take a text either manually or from an uploaded text file. It measures each sentence and finds the difficulty level, and finally it converts it into a simplified version. Our researchers are working to increase the size of corpus and lexicon. On the other hand, they also work that fine-tune the model more precisely to achieve more precise results. So thank you, everyone. That's it.
Thank you, Dr. Adil. And we go to the discussion or questions. طيب. شوف انه موجود هنا. Are you hearing me, Dr. Adil?
Yes, I am hearing you.
Okay, okay, thank you. Thank you for your presentations and for your contribution of the fields of the text simplifications of Bangala language. Please, you can use the BERT models rather than LSTM model. Why? Why you use BERT models?
Actually, we use both. Actually, we implemented both model and compare their performance, and we find that LSTM model have some major drawback. When the sentence length is longer, it cannot work properly. If the sentence sequence is longer sequence, then LSTM model does not perform properly, but BRT model gets good result in this case. That's why our proposed model we decide on BRT model.
Thank you. But you can use these models and the results of your models accuracy rate reached to 95.300. Okay.
Yes. Yes.
Can you justify your solutions? Why use this? How to use this results? You can back to the.
So I can understand your question. Can you repeat it?
Okay. Okay. That's Dr. Adil.
Thank you, Mr. Adil. I have one question. You say you use or choose sentences 152 and 230. Why? Can explain in more details?
We collect as a corpus. We collect our corpus as a plain text from many online sources. The text was an article. Then we separate every sentences from that article, and finally we found the 11,000, which I said the number is 1,052 to 30 sentences. We found overall corpus.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you, Dr. Adil.
Well,
and thank you very much. We can go to next paper, number with ID 29. Ali, هذا صح.
Yes, I am here. Do you hear me?
Okay. Dr. Ali?
Hello?
Oh, thank you. Thank you for your presentations. You
Thank
can
you so
present
much.
your research work or research papers now.
Okay, I can use
And
the
take 10 minutes
screenshot.
for your presentation, please.
Okay, yeah. I'll make it faster. Can you see it now?
Okay, okay, I see.
Okay. I am Ali Dakil, a lecturer in the University of Samar from Iraq. Our paper title is Web-Based AI and IoT Multi-Classifiers Model of Iris Images in Real-Life Farm Field. In brief, this is commonly used and understood these features of the three species of flowers. Many people have numerous implementations to classify these data, these features into their origin categories. But our novelty in this paperwork, we extract the features from the actual image instead of the actual real numerical data. So we have the petal and sepal width and height for each one. So we would not use the actual numerical values, but we extract these values from the actual image. So that is a novelty, that's the challenge we have. So that's just an example. The commonly used implementations and related work of iris classification, people use the actual data and the actual numeric values Okay, that's just an example of where are the sepal and the petal width and length. That's an example. Okay, this is the proposed model. So we have the real images. We use IoT and AI camera with like very intelligent. They come with the sensitive cameras and a lot of edge device and modern technologies. And then we have the transfer learning models. And after that, we have the two algorithm of feature selection. Then after that, we can transfer, as we can see that A, B, C, D, E. In the step F, we can have the numerical values. Then we will use the the classification and classifiers algorithms. So that is the first step. We use these cameras, which is very commonly in use. Just as I need to mention that we can use these intelligent cameras. Well, we can also use the actual, why I mentioned these cameras because we use in the live in the farm. Okay, here is the methodology. We use for networks in the transfer learning. We did not use any tuning or finding these or any change. We just use the already pre-trained models to classify, to extract the features from the input images. We just use this AlexNet, GoogleNet, and ResNet and the VGG16. After that, we use the F regression and MIC algorithms to get the more related features between them. After that, we will get the numerical values. So that is the whole point of our paper. We need the actual values. Then these numerical values will be applied for the 9 classifiers, okay? But as I said, we don't have these features, these values. We first get them from the image. After that, we transfer them to the that's the whole box of 9 classifiers. I just make a short presentation. We got the values, okay? So just an example, whatever if we have these numerical values or we get them from the images, I have 2 instances, 150 instance with like one instance with 150 samples and the other instance with 15,000 instances, just to make applicable and more experiment with the 9 algorithms over 2 samples. Okay, so just in general, I got naive Bayes has the best accuracy, the best result among all the other algorithms. As we can see, is 97% and 91% for each one, for 150 instance and 15,000 instances. And we have in the common famous data set when only 150, but in our experiment we have 15,000 instances. Just when we want to make sure that these algorithms, how will they perform their performance over thousands of instances of the iris datasets. Okay, just in conclusion, we just apply that flowers classification is a sophisticated and complex process because we have leaves and herbs, roots, sepals. There are thousands of features of each image. And we use the Neon AI innovative camera, as we just gave in introduction. And also we applied the CNN models, which is the transfer learning models. The reason we use the transfer learning models, that's for time consuming and hardware consuming, because they are already pre-trained models. Also the MIC and F regression models, just to get the most convenient features. In fact, the CNN models and feature extraction models, which is MIC and F regression, we just use them as they pre-trained by other people and other iterators. Our point is to apply the 9 classifiers and to find which what is the best when we apply them for the iris data set. Just in very brief, the future work, we will use the attention models, and also we can apply this model for the more than 3 species. And most importantly, we can use that classification for to detect the defective flowers and diseases. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Ali.
Thank you so much.
Are you hearing me?
Yes, I am here. I hear you. I hear you, sir. Is there any question?
Okay. You hear me? You hear me? Okay.
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Thank you
so much
for your presentation of valuable presentations of web-based. Your presentation use the AI model and IoT models, multi-classifier for iris image in real life farm field. What is the benefits? The benefits of your research works in to outperforms the farm field. Can you apply this in real life or no, or real time or no?
Yes, we do that. That's why I mentioned that we use the CNN models, the transfer learning models. They are fast. They are so fast because they are already trained. So when we capture images of flowers in the real life, in the real time, we can just classify them in a minute or in second. So that's why I mentioned the iris in the real life farm field.
Okay, so thanks. You can enhance the performance of the plants. Okay.
Okay. Yes.
Okay. طيب. You can use multi-classifiers for your research works. Multi-classifiers. Can you use hybrid classifiers or single classifiers?
In this such example or experiment, we just use we just use multi-classifiers and to pick or select what is the best one for specifically for the iris dataset. For other people, the researchers, they will know that naive Bayes is the best one for the iris dataset.
Okay, you can
we don't mention about the hybrid.
Comparison. You can make a comparison between them. Okay.
Yeah, I did in the result.
Thanks.
In the result, I did one, yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Ali. Thank
you so much.
And we available your work in our conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir.
And goodbye. We can now we can go to the next paper presentation number 39 with IT 39. Titled as Hybrid Neural Networks for Handwriting Mathematical Expression Recognition Systems by Rajesh Rishikesh Narayanan Ramchandran Karthik and et al. Okay, the very difficult names or authors. Okay.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. I am Rishikesh Narayanan.
Please identify your names. Your names.
I am Rishikesh Narayanan.
Okay. You can start your presentation now, please, and take 10 minutes for your presentation and 5 minutes for discussions.
Yeah, go sure. So this is my paper, Hybrid Neural Network for Handwritten Mathematical Expression Recognition System. So basically mathematical expressions plays a significant role in a day-to-day life. They help in expressing various problems in maths, physics, chemistry, and in various other fields. Basically, my architecture consists of a validator, tracker, attention, and a parser. Parser uses memory augmented neural network for past prediction. A new layer called called validator is added after the parser for increasing the accuracy of the expressions predicted. All the hidden layers in my architecture uses batch normalization layer. The validator uses liquidly relay as activation function. So basically, this is the flow diagram. The grayscale image is given as input to the tracker. The tracker checks if the input image is present in the memory. If the input image is present in the memory, then the input image is directly given to the parser, where the already predicted output of that input image is given to the validator. If the input image is not present in the memory, then the input image is given to the attention module, where a bounding box is made around the equation where the equation is present, and this is given to the parser, where the equation is predicted into a text. So the validator consists of two submodules, predictor and a checker. Predictor basically uses a CNN algorithm which will take the grayscale images as the input, and will classify all the symbols and notations in the equation, and each symbols and notations from the CNN is checked with the parser's output. If there's a difference in the output, again the input image is given to the attention, where the image is again corrected, and again the output is predicted. So if there is still difference in the output, then the output from the parser is given as the output. So in the tracker module, we'll be basically tracking the strokes of the mathematical expressions, and we will map the trajectory to a high level representation. So basically, we'll be having a eight dimensional pattern image, where x and y are the starting and the ending points. Delta x and delta dash x are the changes in the pattern while we are writing. So basically, the attention model will consist of a recurrent neural network which will create a bounding box, and in this, the topmost left extreme coordinates and the bottommost right extreme coordinates are taken for creating the bounding box. So basically, as I said, TANH function is used by the parser for the memory augmented neural network. By using the memory augmented neural network, the accuracy of the prediction is increased. So basically the validator and the validator will consist of a predictor and a checker. As I said, the predictor uses a CNN algorithm. The checker consists of a checking algorithm, where the output of the CNN algorithm and the tap architecture is predicted. So this is the checking algorithm. So we will check line by line if each and every symbols and notations are equal. If not, again the images given to the tap architecture. So basically, during the training phase, we have divided our dataset into three stages. During the initial stage, only simple symbols and numbers has been used, like this bracket equal, a, root, and 3. During the second phase, less complex data like x square, root x, x by y has been used. During the final phase, much more complex images like integral sin x dx, a inverse p is equal to 1 by a by p. So those data sets are used. So this is the output from a architecture VTAP. So as you can see, all the outputs are in the LaTeX command forms. So /frac means fraction 5/6 actually. So during the testing and training phase, we have splitted the dataset into 7:3 ratio. That is 70% of the dataset are used for training, and only 30% datasets are used for testing. So as you can see, as the testing and training phase was increasing, the accuracy was increasing, and the loss was decreasing to a minimum extent. So when we have compared our VTAP architecture to an existing architecture tab, we have seen that our VTAP architecture has shown around 2% increase in the accuracy as compared to the app architecture, but the time complexity of VTAP was little much higher than the existing architecture tab. So finally we have created a framework for handwritten mathematical expressions using hybrid neural network. So the VTAP shows high performance for the Chrome dataset. In the future, we are planning to pass the output of the VTAP into mathematical dictionary, where the expressions will be converted into a format which is readable to everyone, and also to solve the complicated mathematical expressions, and also to reduce the overall time complexity of our algorithm. Thank you.
Thank you, doctors. And we have some questions for your presentation papers. First, your research paper, or the authors of this paper can use TAN functions. Why you use TAN function rather than another function of decisions?
So when we have compared the TANF functions with various functions like the ReLU functions, we have found that for the mathematical expressions, TANF function has shown more accuracy and easy use in the memory augmented neural network.
Okay. You can use hard decision or soft decisions such as science and other decisions. Okay. TAN is the best in this decision than another soft or hard decision. TAN is the best for this decision of your work.
Yes, actually.
Okay. How to use hybrid neural networks, CNN and NN? Is for feature extraction or for classification or what?
So basically we have classified the symbols in the images using the CNN. So this was given to a RNN and a memory augmented neural network for the prediction of the equations. So basically we are trying to create the algorithm using the hybrid neural network as a reinforced algorithm actually.
Okay. Please excuse me. The comparison of the result comparison in your figures. okay,
Yes.
between tab and VTabs. It's the very closest, very closest. But in your abstract, you can talk of VTab accuracy reached to 92.200, and tab reaches to 8900. Why? Why this closest in figures? Why?
So actually we have chosen a scale from 0 to 100. So due to that, there is less difference in the less difference graphically actually.
Thank you, doctors. Thank you very much, and thank you for your presentations. Today we can finish the parallel session for the auditoriums session today, and we can see you tomorrow at 18 and 30 clocks AM for two keynote speakers from USA and UK. After that, we can tomorrow we can go to parallel session for 21 papers can be presented for this our conference. Thank you very much, and thank you for audience and for live audience or for face-to-face audience. Thank you very much, and we can see tomorrow, inshallah.